All right, welcome into day three of the 2024 NFL Draft. It's Juice. It's just me at the moment. I'm not anticipating Hadley. We may get Drew a little bit later. Hadley has the volleyball, the softball, and the t-ball this Saturday. Good morning, Mississippi Prasky. I know you're up bright and early on the West Coast. A lot of good football players on the board, as Mr. Prasky you mentioned here. Hicks, DTD, Dordas, Cedric Gray, 102, 118 for Seattle. I like it. I like it. All good players that I think are going to contribute. Of course, you know how we feel about Brandon Dorless at CPGM, Couch Potato General Manager. So, in all likelihood, we'll take this up through the fifth round. At that point, we probably will call it a day. But I mentioned throughout the pre-draft cycle that this particular class, the 2024 NFL Draft class, is very much a 4 to 5 round deep draft. And I think, as you can tell, some very good players still available. Guys that we had in our top 100, a good healthy number of those guys are still available. They've talked about the consensus boards among the teams being all over the place. That's why I think we saw a couple head scratchers, guys that may have been reaches in our minds, in your minds, but certainly still good football players on the board, guys who can contribute as early as their rookie season. So we're going to rock with you for a couple more rounds here as day three gets underway. All right. So bear with me because again, it's a solo mission right now. And I'm working the administrative side of things as well as the main feed here in terms of the content and analysis. So bear with me as I get my bearings and get everything situated. But like I said, I'm going to take you through rounds 4 and 5. And anticipating Drew a little bit earlier to give you another perspective on what happens here day 3. So Carolina at the top. Of course, they traded into the first round, grabbed Xavier Legette. I'm a big fan of Xavier Legette. I think he can develop into a legitimate number one, despite the fact that he only has one real year of production. They then took our top-rated running back. That was a consensus for us, Jonathan Brooks, with the 40th overall pick. So those two picks obviously signal, based on what they've done in the offseason as well, signal, hey, we need to do everything in our power to make sure that there's a quality group around Bryce Young. And I thought both those selections certainly helped. Of course, we know what they did in free agency as far as bolstering the interior of that offensive line. Hopefully we get Ike Ekonwu to take a step forward. And then they followed that up with Trevin Wallace, who is a big-time athlete, big-time athlete. And I know certain NFL organizations, they covet that athleticism at the second level of their defense. We have some question marks in terms of his instincts, his ability to process and not waste movement. But big-time athlete, hopefully they put him in position to be successful. So interested to see what Carolina is going to do here at the top of the fourth round. And as you mentioned, Mr. Prasky, you're up at 102. You're going to get a good player regardless. Like I said, there's a lot of good talent still on the board. You know, a number of players that we viewed as top 100 players. Brandon Dorless is a top 35 player for us, and he's still available. Obviously, there seems to be some concerns in terms of the weight fluctuation and whether or not he's a tweener. Is he an edge? Is he an interior guy? But I think he can do it all. You know, the versatility, the flexibility that he offers. I wouldn't rule it out as a pick here at Carolina. Again, we've talked about prioritizing the offense for the Panthers here, but they had quite a bit of an exodus on the defensive side of the ball. And, of course, they're changing schemes. So Brandon Dorless would actually be a good fit here for them as well. All right. Let's see here. Let me proliferate this live stream because I know there are fewer live streams to choose from here on day 3. Now, coming into day 3, our top 12 players as far as the CPGM consensus board, the composite board, I should say. We're not necessarily aligned on every player, but the composite board. The aforementioned Brandon Dorless is the top player. In fact, let me share my screen so you can see it here. I tweeted it out on the X, and we'll run down through it. Hopefully you can see that. I can blow it up just a bit more there. So Brandon Dorless coming in, obviously our top player available, followed by Chris Abrams-Drain out of Missouri, the cornerback. Cam Hart, another player that I'm very high on out of Notre Dame, thought he would go yesterday. Christian Mahogany, Boston College. Jaden Hicks, another safety, a younger safety prospect, but a good player there. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. out of Clemson. Again, he doesn't necessarily check the athletic boxes, but certainly his instincts and playmaking ability should help him get on the field sooner rather than later. You got Spencer Rattler, Jatavian Sanders, DTD, Troy Franklin, Gabriel Murphy, and of course, Theo Johnson. And I just mentioned Jatavian Sanders, and he is the pick to the Panthers. And I know Juk will be excited about that. I think he will be. You know, he really wanted Ben Sinnott, but didn't work out that way. As a consolation prize, you get Jatavian Sanders, and of course, you'd like to see him be a little bit more effective in line. But I think he's an excellent receiving option. And again, we talk about Carolina and what they need to do in order to ensure the success of Bryce Young. Yeah, last year they did him a disservice. They are on the right track here. They are absolutely on the right track here, and I think Sanders here at the top of the fourth comes as good value as well. So among our top 12 players available heading into day three, we already have one off the board with the very first selection in the fourth round. We'll see if that trend continues. All right. Let me get back to proliferating. I'm using the term proliferation because, of course, we got to get to the people here, Mr. C. Prasky. We got to get the content out to the people. Let's see here. So if you are on the X, I'm actually going to link our YouTube stream in the comment section. It'll be the first comment under the actual stream on X. If you would jump over to YouTube, hit the like button on this live stream on the YouTube platform, and then if you're so inclined, you can head back over to the X. But I'd really appreciate the love. And I will have that link up for you momentarily. In fact, I'll let you know, and I will share so you can see it. You know that it's there. Oh, trade situation here, Mr. C. Prasky. Denver trading up. And I think the teams being aggressive is indicative of how I believe most draft analysts view this draft class, right? That it is a 4 to 5 round draft class. So some of that latter draft capital you can give up. But considering how, the consensus is all over the place, you might actually be able to find players that you really covet later in this draft, round 5, as late as round 6, and of course, every year you have quality players go in the 7th round and undrafted as well. So interesting dynamic in this particular draft class for sure. All right, I think I got that done for you. So let me pull it up. I think you got a 5th and a 6th. You went down to 121, Mississippi Nebraska. I think you got a 5th and a 6th on top of it, and then you sent back a 7th, if I'm not mistaken. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. That would suggest that Seattle likes a lot of players that are still on the board here. Let me get my branding going, man. It's a little slow roll up here, but let me get my branding going for you. Troy Franklin to the Broncos. So obviously the Broncos stayed put at 12. They went with Bo Nix. Sean Payton was a fan. He was a coveted player. And you bring in his top target here in Troy Franklin, who I certainly understand the slide, although I expected him to go day 2. I didn't expect him to fall into day 3, but I think it's an interesting selection, all things considered, right? The familiarity there, the explosiveness is there. He's not the best in terms of route running, so on and so forth, but as it stands, you're talking about a 3 to 4 receiver room here, including Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Franklin, and Tim Patrick, assuming he stays healthy. So interesting group, and I think at this point, great value for Troy Franklin for sure. I wonder how they plan on deploying both Franklin and Mims. Are they going to be your quintessential field stretchers, i.e., Devery Henderson, Robert Meacham? Do one of those guys get banished to that particular role? A la Sean Payton and what he did in New Orleans. That would be unfortunate. I think those guys have a little bit more to offer from that perspective. But an area of Troy Franklin's game that I think he certainly needs to work on is his release, right? How he deals with press coverage and physicality. Drew mentioned it yesterday. When he perceives physicality, he can get thrown off his route, which is problematic. And I'm not going to necessarily substantiate some other reports, but apparently the interviews did not go swimmingly for Troy Franklin. So I think all of that may have contributed to his slide a bit here. But very, very explosive receiver there on the perimeter. All right. So I mentioned I would share when I add the YouTube link to the stream on X. And there you have it. Right here, that first comment. Check it out. Click on it, hit the like button, and then jump back over to the X if you'd like. We would really appreciate that. Appreciate that support here on the channel. All right, New England on the clock, and I'm working on getting this draft tracker up so I can take stock of what New England's done. I believe there was a bit of a reach on day two. I think they started off great. Obviously, they took Drake May, third overall. That was their guy. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, did they go tackle or receiver early day two? It's all running together. So bear with me as I check the draft tracker. The pick is in, by the way. Let's see here. Pats. It's jumping around here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm surprised I forgot about this one. I love the Drake, the Jalen Pope selection. I think he's going to come in and be a difference maker right away. Plays with a lot of speed and physicality. A polished receiver out the gate. So again, I think he's going to be able to contribute right away. The Caden Wallace selection, early parts of the third round, was a bit of a surprise. I'll be frank, I'm not quite as familiar. What I know of Caden Wallace is maybe a couple of games of film study, and of course whatever games I watch, in terms of the normal broadcast. So we'll see. We'll see if they're ahead of the curve on Caden Wallace, but he was not a big fixture in my pre-draft evaluation. Appreciate that, Keith. Appreciate that those kind words there. See what the Patriots do here with their selection in the fourth. Leighton Robinson. Okay, so they go back to the offensive line, and Robinson's an interesting one. I think going into the 2023 season, he probably was considered a day two guy. Didn't have the best of seasons. There's some limitations in terms of his ability. He doesn't really give you a whole lot of positional flexibility, but he's a pretty strong player, right? And, that's what comes kind of jumps off the tape when you watch him. The movement skills aren't ideal, but I think the phone booth strength that he presents as an interior offensive lineman certainly is worth an early day three selection here. So the Patriots bolstering that offensive line. They want to make sure that Drake May is protected and that they can actually push the football down the field. That offense has been ugly over the last couple of seasons. So back-to-back selections between the third and fourth rounds here from New England along the offensive line. It's going to take us to Dana's Cardinals. Dana's Cardinals here on the clock, who did a lot of trading down. I thought that team already had 11 picks, if I'm not mistaken, entering the draft. And again, it seems like this was an organization that felt like, because of where those draft picks are, we could stand to trade down even further, add more picks because we like a bevy of players. Again, I think a lot of people have undersold the talent level in this class. You may not necessarily have a ton of elite talent on the defensive side of the ball, but just the volume of players who I think contribute very early in their careers is apparent. I think through the first 5 rounds at least. All right, pick is in for Arizona as well. Cardinals. Let me check out the Cardinals picks to this point. In fact, I'm gonna share my screen with you so that you can follow along. All right, so obviously they've been busy. I mentioned the amount of picks that they have. They ended up with 4 third-round selections. Marvin Harrison Jr. at the top, obviously no-brainer there. He's going to be terrific. Darius Robinson, a player that we love, top 4 edge in this class, and add a certain level of leadership and physicality, playmaking ability to that defense. Max Melton and
Cardinals
Elijah
are about
Jones
to
at
make
the
their
corner positions.
7th
I love it.
selection.
I love it. I'm a
of the
big
first
fan of
90
Elijah Jones. If
picks.
you're familiar with our show,
And
so
we'll hear who it is and then take a look writ large at
With
what
the
they've done.
90th pick in the
Trey Benson,
2024
backup,
NFL Draft, the Arizona
James Conner
Cardinals
here.
select
And of course, Conner has
Elijah
had a
Jones,
pretty
defensive
significant
back,
injury history, so Benson
Boston
has been on the
College.
field sooner rather than
Well,
later.
this is, I know they have the dollar store. Apparently, we're at the nickel store right now because it's just one nickel after another coming off the board. 5 interceptions last year at Boston College.
With the vision.
Really quick feet. You'll see that in his pedal.
The
stop-start quickness is big time. It's impressive. I didn't think he was quite as fluid as some of these other nickel corners that we've seen come off the board.
Maybe
some of those switch routes, the communication can get a little bit of miss.
You got to
in terms of being able to be on the same page with the guys in the secondary. But the effort is there. The speed is there. There's a lot to work with here for the Arizona Cardinals and Elijah Jones.
If he played strictly the interior.
So, by the way, that was a 3rd-round selection that they got
been around
last year when the Texans moved up
to
3 overall to take Will Anderson.
And they brought in Tip Raymond. And Dana, actually, our resident.
With the 82nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Raymond is the best
Tip
inline blocker in the
Raymond,
class, so,
tight end,
a bit early for my blood on the Tip Raymond pick.
All right, this is your guy, Peter Schrager. Go for it.
This is my favorite player in the NFL Draft. I said before the combine, whichever team drafts Tip Raymond will win the Super Bowl this year. So Arizona Cardinals are going to the bowl and they're winning. It's my favorite player, one of the best personalities in this draft, and just an absolute physical beast. Didn't have the catches, didn't have the stats.
All right, I got you.
Academic All-American. What I love the most is I speak to teams at the combine.
82nd pick in the 20.
How's that, Mr. C? That better? Because if that's the case, I'm gonna stop sharing. All right. Y'all stop sharing for the time being. You'll have to enjoy my face. So I was just working through the various selections here for the Cardinals. Harrison Jr., Robinson, Max Melton, Elijah Jones, picks I love. Isaiah Adams, again, had he played guard through the balance of his career at Illinois, I think he would be a second round pick. DTD is a selection, great selection here. I know Dana was feeling a bit bummed about Tyke Smith going to the Bucks because that was the Buda Baker apprentice, right? But DTD can be that player as well. Absolutely. So excellent pick here at the start of the 4th round here for the Cardinals. Love what the Cardinals have done. Yeah, yes, she is. Yeah, it's the NFC West hate, Mrs. C. Prasky. NFC West hate. I love what the Cardinals have done. As I mentioned, Tip Raymond was the only pick that I was like, but I get it. They run a lot of 12 personnel according to Dana. He's the best inline blocker in the class. So if you want to really control the point of attack, you need guys who can get off the ball there as far as Tip Raymond, the tight end position is concerned. I was talking about Trey Benson and what I like and dislike about his game. The physical tools are there, obviously, power, speed, combination, but I worry about the innate feel, the vision at times. I think he can leave some yardage on the field, but if you can get him to the second level, right, and certainly as the game wears on, the physicality that he brings, he can become more and more effective. I think that's a nice compliment to James Conner, and then ultimately he becomes the guy in a year or two here. The DTD pick is a terrific one, though. As again, you're thinking about life after Buda Baker. I think they're in really good shape as it looks. Three selections in the secondary for the Cardinals, and they're all top 100 players. Max Melton, Elijah Jones, and Dadrian Taylor Demison, the Rabbit. So I'm loving it. I'm loving what Arizona has done to this point. All right, we got the pick is in. The Chargers. Let's see what the Chargers have done thus far. And Mrs. Prasky, help me out if whether or not the audio is usurping my audio here. I think I got it under control now. Let's see here. We got Joe Alt, Ladd McConkey, Junior Colson. So I was concerned. I was absolutely concerned about just the receiving room here in Los Angeles. You've paid your quarterback big money, but who's you going to get the ball to, right? We're still waiting on Quentin Johnston to continue to round into shape. Joshua Palmer is a nice piece. All right, appreciate that, Mrs. Praski. Joshua Palmer is a nice piece, but he's more of a tertiary option. You don't really have an answer at tight end. But in true Jim Harbaugh fashion, they prioritize the offensive line, go Joe Alt, and then manage to get Ladd McConkey in the second round. So I think that works out really well. Junior Colson in the third, much to the chagrin of Mr. C. Praski, to really add some physicality and help a run defense that has struggled over the years. And their latest pick here is Justin Ebogbe out of Alabama. And again, this is about physicality. This is about being able to control things at the point of attack. So this team is going to be very much built in the image of Jim Harbaugh. We're going to control the line of scrimmage on either side of the ball. We're going to be disciplined. We're talking about well-coached players here, right? Generally speaking, Notre Dame has very good offensive linemen. Of course, Joe Alt was our top tackle from a consensus perspective. Ladd McConkey, polished route runner, right? Going to be a difference maker immediately. They definitely needed his skill set in that offense. Colson, again, physicality, downhill, leadership, understands what it took to win. You know what I mean? You know, he obviously played for Jim Harbaugh. And Ebogbe, again, Alabama, Nick Saban, well-coached, unselfish player, you know what I mean, to add to this defense. So the Chargers starting to round into shape. Tennessee is on the clock. As a matter of fact, the Tennessee pick is in. Let me see if I can make this a bit bigger here. And let's go to Tennessee while we're at it. Let's go to Tennessee. So let me drop my brand here, and I'm going to move myself. There we go. Give you a little bit more screen to work with. How's that, folks? All right, J.C. Latham, T'Vondre Sweat. Again, you know, we want to be big. We want to be physical up front. It's hard to argue with it. I thought this was a team that could stand to trade down. But again, I as I mentioned, certain boards might be very, very, short. There may only be a top 100 for this Titans team. So if that's the case, you kind of stay put and just draft away, right? No third round pick. Obviously some holes, but again, it really depends on how each organization feels about the depth of the class here. So in those instances where I thought teams would trade down, they've stayed put and basically selected the best guy on their draft board. We will see what that pick is here after the commercial break. See, I wonder if we have any Titans fans tuning in right now. If so, let me know. Let me know in the comments what you think of this. Jump over to the YouTube feed and let me know what you think about what they've done to this point. Again, controlling the line of scrimmage, it's an inside-out game. The big guys up front still play a huge role. We have a tendency to place an emphasis on the skill positions and the quarterback position in particular, but nothing. I mean, the defensive line obviously can change the tenor of a game, and of course, if you don't have a decent offensive line, if not above average offensive line, you're not going to get very far in the NFL. So certainly understand those teams working from the inside out here. All right. The pick is in. Let me check my sources real quick. I'm gonna check my sources, see if they got the deets on this one. Okay. A guy that I believe I've mocked to the Titans here, Cedric Gray. Cedric Gray is the pick here, and And they brought in Murray from the Chargers. They've lost some talent at the second level of their defense. So I think this is a good selection. Another top 100 player for us coming off the board, and a quality football player. Quality football player. I think in this defense, assuming that it's an attacking style, assuming he's not necessarily having to play on his heels, he can be a difference maker. I think he does a good job of dropping into the passing lanes and zone coverage. The man coverage is a bit of a problem. You don't necessarily want to see him doing a lot of that per se, but I certainly think he has enough awareness, the instincts, in order to be able to get his hands, fall into that hook zone, that curl flat, and make plays from that perspective. And then, of course, moving forward, I think he's a difference maker. He's one of the linebackers that I would have taken a bit earlier than perhaps a Hopper out of Missouri or Trevin Wallace. Again, I understand Trevin Wallace is a big-time athlete, so that part I get. But like the Cedric Gray pick quite a bit here. Again, a lot of good talent here, as I mentioned, in the early parts of round 4, and I think it's gonna play out that way well into round 5 as well. Yeah. You're right, Mrs. C. Prasky. You are correct. It is an inherent danger. I actually have the details on the next selection here. We got the Giants taking Theo Johnson, and Theo Johnson actually came out as our 3rd ranked tight end in the class. I think he comes at excellent value here on day 2, not unlike Jatavian Sanders. What he does both in line and in the passing game. Now at Penn State, he didn't get a lot of opportunity to flash what he's capable of in the passing game, but I thought down in Mobile, he showed the ability to create separation. He was physical at the top of his route. So with Darren Waller retiring, I think this is an excellent pick. I think you get great value for it. And he's one of those guys where he's not just a move tight end, right? He can get down and dirty. In fact, that's his calling card in terms of what he does in line. Great size, 6'5", 260, I believe. So nice selection here. You add, of course, Malik Neighbors at the top. You lose Darren Waller. You bring in Theo Johnson, who's going to bring a certain level of physicality to the game, help you in the run game. And then, of course, Tyler Nubin, just the intelligence of that particular safety and how sound he is as far as run fits and being where he's supposed to be in the passing game. And then the upside of Andrew Phillips is really intriguing. They went Deonte Banks early in the draft last year. You're kind of looking for that corner opposite him. Andrew Phillips has man coverage chops. He absolutely has. He's got to clean up a couple things in terms of the technique, but he competes, and he competes through the catch point. So I think just in terms of the mindset with Phillips, I think that's a good selection. So Neighbors, Nubin, Phillips, and Theo Johnson to the Giants thus far. I like it. I wonder what D-Kit has to say on that one, but I like that pick quite a bit. I actually want to go back to my list of top prospects here entering day 3. See how many have been selected at this point. Let's take a look here. Let's see what we got. All right, so of those 12, Jatavian Sanders, DTD, Troy Franklin, and Theo Johnson has been picked. So through 7 selections, 4 of the top 12 players we said available have been selected. So off to a good start here. Again, with the Theo Johnson selection, he just did not get a lot of opportunity to make plays in the passing game, but he's among the better blocking tight ends clearly in this class, and I think he has more upside in the passing game than a Tip Raymond, for example, out of Illinois. All right, I want to shout out everybody on YouTube and on the X who's rocking with us today. As we go through the early parts of day 3, we got Minnesota with the pick in. Let's jump over to Minnesota here. Of course, they have mortgaged quite a bit here in order to get the quarterback that they covet, J.J. McCarthy, and of course, a really talented edge, a guy that I think is just scratching the surface. My second ranked edge off the board here, Dallas Turner, moving up about 6 picks to get him, 1 pick to get J.J. McCarthy. No picks on day 2. And like I said, they've given up a lot of draft capital between 2024 and 2025, but got an opportunity here to add a good player. Like I said, there's a lot of talent still on the board here in the early parts of day 3. And Headley's gonna love it. I'm a little ahead. I'm a little ahead. Kyrie Jackson. Kyrie Jackson is the addition here to the Vikings. I mean, we're talking all of 6'4", great length. I think he's a better zone coverage guy, but you would expect with those physical traits that he can develop into a better man press corner. I think that's going to be what he's asked of here playing for Brian Flores in Minnesota. So excited for that particular landing spot, but none more so. And I am sure Headley will be thrilled with this next selection. So I'm gonna let it marinate for just a second here as I transition from the Vikings over to the Falcons. But big time get in my mind here. And it's interesting. I mean, you know, there's been a lot of conversation around the decision of Atlanta to go with Michael Penix Jr. after obviously paying Kirk Cousins large sums of money. But the next two selections were Rook Ahorohoro and Braylon Trice. Braylon Trice among the best in class in terms of affecting the passer. Ahorohoro is probably I thought it was a little early for him. In fact, the player that they're taking here with this next selection is a guy that I would have taken 35th overall. But to get them both, they got to be ecstatic, man. They got to be ecstatic about this. It's Brandon Dorless, man. You know, CPGM favorite Brandon Dorless, man. I don't know if Headley's watching the draft right now because he's at the field right now or in the gym, volleyball. But I'm telling you, man. Big time get here for the Falcons. They got to be excited about that one. On top of Ahorohoro and Braylon Trice. So yeah, man. They did, Alex. They did. Bucks have had a strong start to this thing. They've had a strong start to the first 2 days of the draft. I think, again, people are fixated on what happened as it relates to Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins. This is what I would believe happened. This is what I ultimately believe happened. I believe the Falcons were in quarterback hell for the last few seasons here, right? They didn't have a succession plan in place for Matt Ryan when Matt Ryan's skill set, health were clearly declining. And they were kind of caught in a situation where they didn't necessarily get a look at Desmond Ridder early enough to make a determination on whether or not they should address quarterback sooner, right? So they went into the offseason. Kirk Cousins was the top free agent quarterback available, albeit coming off of an Achilles injury. And I think there was a little desperation there. Albeit the contract kind of, gives you a little flexibility. I think it really boils down to a 2-year deal based on the contract structure. But throughout the pre-draft process, they fell in love with Michael Penix Jr. I fell in love with him, right? And they're thinking to themselves, we're not going to be in position to get a quarterback that we think is maybe the second or third best quarterback in the class, a guy that we really like again. So they ultimately went in that direction. So from my perspective, if you're gonna question the Falcons, their approach here, the real question mark is about the contract that they levied for Kirk Cousins. Were they a little, a bit reactive in terms of, again, some failures at the quarterback position in previous seasons as it relates to the Penix pick? But I think Penix is certainly deserving of the selection. I got the Patriots pick coming up next. I mentioned Brandon Dorless. I'm gonna give that some space to breathe. I'm sure Headley's gonna want to wax on Brandon Dorless. This is a guy that he actually identified a couple seasons ago, and we just fell in love with him at CPGM. The Patriots' next selection, I like it. Outside of that Caden, that offensive tackle position selection, you got Jalen Polk added, and they're adding the high upside Javon Baker here in the 4th round. So I like, by and large, what the Patriots have done. Their new regime, their new brain trust here. There's certainly probably still some fingerprints there from Belichick, right? But certainly like the pair of receivers that they've added in this particular draft. And I think for those Patriots fans that weren't necessarily big fans of the Polk selection, I think they will be when it's all said and done. But you get Layden Robinson and Javon Baker, and again, he's just oozing talent. Got to work out some things. He's not as polished as Polk. But big-time additions as far as talent, the talent being injected to that receiver room here in New England. So through the first 110 picks, I think New England has done a good job, save for the Caden Wallace selection. And again, time will tell on that particular selection. Dana, you got him. You got him. You know what I mean? It didn't work out with Tyke or Javon Bullard, but DTD is the heir apparent to Buda Baker. He absolutely has the skill set. So, yeah, Juk. Well, Juk, you did get Sanders. You did get Sanders, right? I know that was the tight end that you wanted to pivot to, but I know a lot of people really, really like Javon Baker in terms of what he could ultimately be. The big time production flashes, athletic ability, the body control. He has all that in spades. I just think he's still working on the finer points of it, right? He has a tendency to allow defensive backs to get back into phase, despite the fact that he's beat them initially. He's got to be more precise, more polished, to be consistent at the next level. But a lot of talent there. Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams passed on Dorless. In fact, I thought the Falcons passed on Dorless, right? when they took Rook at the top of the second round. But yeah, I'm with you there, Dana. I'm with you there, Dana. The Cardinals had a lot of picks, had a lot of shots at him, and they opted against it. And I think D-Kit mentioned it yesterday in terms of him being a bit of a tweener, that being the case. But he played around 285, 288. As recent as this season. And like, again, you'll see the video. I'm going to have a video up shortly after probably tomorrow on Brandon Dorless, where I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl, and he said, I asked him, I said, well, you're down to 272. What's going on? There's Headley. Got the Dorless. I'm with you, man. Gotta love it. Got to love it. You could have took him 2 rounds earlier, and you wouldn't have batted an eyelash. So great value there. But Dorless weighed in at 272 in Mobile. I think that raised some eyebrows. But what he explained to me was that he was cutting. He was cutting fat. He wanted to cut fat and then build back up. He was already over 280 at the combine, right? So I think when it's all said and done, Dorless will be just fine, and he won't be considered a tweener. The Falcons got a steal. They got an absolute steal. I think it's good value for Santa. Kind of thought they would trade back again. Yeah, I potentially. But I talked about that, Juke, in terms of these teams and their feelings about this. You got certain teams, i.e. the Cardinals, the Eagles. You got a handful of teams who feel like, we got a lot of talent in this class. And there are other teams who's like, you know what? The talent pool isn't that deep. So we're going to stay put, even though we don't have a full complement of picks. We're going to stay put. And then, obviously there are teams kind of in the middle there. Maybe Carolina's one of those teams. They felt like, all right, we prioritized Trevor Wallace in the 3rd round. We missed out on Ben Sinnott. I don't know what the pronunciation is, so I go with both. So let's go get Jatavian Sanders here. And I'm all for whatever you can do to make life easier on Bryce Young. And we got the Packers up next. Let's transition over to Green Bay. Green Bay's had a good draft to this point as well. Jordan Morgan, Edgerrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, Marshawn Lawrence, and Tyron Hopper. I thought it was a little early for Hopper, although Jake did warn us that they would probably double dip at the linebacking position. Love Edgerrin Cooper, top linebacker in the class. Timothy, man, we've been high on Dorless for a long time, man. That's the 2nd-ranked interior defensive lineman according to us, man. I'm glad he landed somewhere where the fans can appreciate him, man, because he's a steal. He's an absolute steal. The Javon Bullard selection is an excellent one, as well as Marshawn Lawrence, despite the fact that they already have their starting running back in there. The attrition that happens at that position. I imagine he was very high on the board, and they didn't really have much behind their prize addition of Josh Jacobs there in off season. So certainly understand those selections. Those first 4 I really like quite a bit there. Hopper, not quite as much, but I certainly understand it in terms of depth, the leadership that he offers, the physicality that he offers. So I imagine Quay Walker and Edgerrin Cooper are your starting linebackers, though, week 1. Let's see here. See what Green Bay does here. The pick is in. Dorless, man. They are, Timothy. I agree with you. Yeah, the Caden Wallace, again, I can't say definitively what I think about that particular selection. I'm going to have to wait and see on that one. But otherwise, I really like what New England has done. Absolutely. You got to score points in this league. You absolutely have to score points. Let's see what Green Bay has going here, man. Mm-hmm. Evan Williams out of Oregon. Okay. All right. We thought even with the addition of Xavier McKinney that this Green Bay team would go back to safety at some point. They needed another safety. Evan Williams impressed me in Mobile, right? I'll be frank. I wasn't as familiar with his game prior to Mobile, but he impressed me. He demonstrated the ability to play in space, the deep parts of the field. They weren't going full, but you could see a certain level of physicality out of him as well. So maybe a little bit earlier than I thought, but again, this goes back to teams. Their boards are all over the place. There's very little consensus after the first 50 or so players in this draft. So you're gonna see some of this, some volatility here. But I thought Evan Williams was a pretty good player there at Mobile. So and of course that meets a need with Green Bay in terms of their secondary. The Raiders. Yeah, they are. They always are. They always are. The world loves football, believe it or not. I mean, not football, right? It's not to that level, but the American game is growing internationally for sure. All right. What do the Raiders do here? Let's go to the Raiders. Let's jump over to the Raiders here, see what they've done thus far. Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers Johnson, obviously 2 home run selections as far as I'm concerned. Again, we talk about the consensus board, right? Maybe not quite as high on Delmar Glaze, in terms of the 3rd round, but certainly 5th round, 4th, 5th round. So they get Glaze there who can play tackle. I imagine they're going to try him at tackle, but certainly he's played some guard as well. And then you got the Camarion Richardson, big time athlete out of Mississippi State. The Raiders absolutely need help in their secondary. Talking with Drew and Headley about Richardson, this wasn't that same level of intrigue. I think the league was a bit higher on him than those two were, but his speed is legitimate. It's legitimate, and they're going to need it. They're going to need it with what Kansas City has done, as far as their receiving room, and Denver as well. Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, they can obviously stretch you. So you need guys who can match up. You absolutely need guys who can match up. Baltimore's on the clock here. The pick is in. Let's see what Baltimore has done as that pick makes its way in. Nate Wiggins, Roger Rosengard, Adissa Isaac. The 1st and 3rd round picks I love. Tez Walker. Okay. All right. Added some explosiveness there. Unfortunately, Tez Walker really torpedoed his stock in the pre-draft process. He really did. All right. You turn on the film, and of course you see some drops, but he looked special at times. He looked special dealing with contact and the explosiveness and being able to take the top off the defense, right? And then you get to Mobile, and he's playing small, and beyond the practices. So he didn't have great practices, but the game, I thought they went to him. Generally speaking, you don't put a ton of emphasis on a performance in the game, but you get 5-6 targets in the first 3 drives, and you don't come down with anything. That's tough, man. And I wouldn't put that solely on the quarterback play either. So he really hurt himself. But when you go to his film and you watch the film, you try not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think certainly 4th round makes a lot of sense for Tez Walker. If they can get his concentration in place, continue to work on his physicality and understanding that guys are going to compete with you at the catch point. You got to be able to come down with it. I think that could be a nice addition to this receiving room here in Baltimore. I mentioned the Nate Wiggins, Adissa Isaac pick. I'm a bigger Nate Wiggins fan than my counterparts here at CPGM. I think he comes at great value there, 30th overall. Of course, all the corners seemingly came at great value. Those guys went a bit later than we anticipated. Roger Rosengarten is the wild card, right? Like I said before, big-time athlete. The physical ability is there. He has good film. I don't want to suggest that he doesn't have good film, but I think he needed some additional polishing. He needs some additional polishing. I love the way he bounced back from that national championship performance. It was bad. It was abysmal. There's no other way to really describe it. But he then went to Mobile and he performed very well. I think that's what really solidified it for a lot of folks. And then when you see what he does from an athletic perspective and what he could develop into, there's reason to be excited about that. So I think reasonable value here, reasonable value. Late second round, there were rumblings that he might get into the top of the first. I thought that certainly was too much of a stretch. And anywhere between late day 2, early day 3, I was comfortable with Rosengarten, and of course the Ravens seem to be a little bit higher on him than some. So we'll see. We'll see if he ends up as the starting right tackle out of the gate, or whether or not they give him some time to develop. But Roger Rosengarten is going to be one to watch, certainly in this upcoming season in Baltimore, because you think about it, that offense, especially at the skill position, man, they're ready to go. They're ready to go with the addition of Derrick Henry. Another year of Zay Flowers, Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews. If they get anything out of Tez Walker, they should be ecstatic. I wouldn't rule out Baltimore going back to the receiver position at some point in this draft. They have another 4th round selection and a 5th round selection. There's still some good players out there at that position. That was, the deepest position in this draft class. So we'll keep an eye on it. What do we have up next? Jacksonville. Jacksonville is next up on the clock. See if my sources have any details on what Jacksonville will do here. They have a pair of 4th round picks. They're at the 114 and 116. So a couple of picks coming up here for the Jaguars. Okay. Size, if you're looking for size and physicality on the boundary, I think Brendan Rice is a guy that you should consider here. I also think Cornelius Johnson is a guy you could probably get, 5th, 6th round. But if you're looking just for size and a guy that's kind of physically imposing, plays with a little bit of a chip, who could be a legitimate X, fearfully confident, I would say Brendan Rice probably is the guy. He's the first one that comes to mind. All right. I do have the specs on the next couple of selections here. Javon Foster's the Jaguars. I think that's a good pick. He made the Drew and Headley's top 15 among the offensive tackles. They're going through a little bit of a transition, right? They're still trying to get that offensive line situated. They had not done anything along the offensive line to this point with Brian Thomas, Mason Smith, and Jerrion Jones. So I think Foster here is actually a very good pick for them from a value perspective. And I think he'll be able to actually contribute in relative short order. If not as early as his rookie year, definitely by year 2, I think he'll be a solid option at tackle. So quality pick there from the Jags. Speaking of the Jags draft class at this point, I think Brian Thomas Jr., the explosiveness, the upside there certainly makes a lot of sense, especially after a trade down. You're able to add some draft capital. I like it. And in fact, I expected more teams to kind of take this approach. Jacksonville was one of them. We talked about the top 50 and the consensus kind of falling apart after that. At 48, they take Mason Smith, whom certainly has some really impressive flashes. And I'm thinking here they had a need at 5 tech on the down line. I'm thinking here there's basically saying, hey, we just need to coach him up, right? From a raw physical ability, the flashes that we've seen. We could have a player on our hands. And certainly throughout summer scouting, if you go back, you got to go back to 2021 because he only played 1 game in 2022 due to an injury. He had an injury in the opener against FSU that year. This year, the tape wasn't very good, unfortunately. The tape just wasn't very good. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that he didn't play with great technique. Again, I'm not sure, there may have been some questions regarding, the effort at times. A guy that I really liked that I thought outplayed him, different type of player along the defensive line, Mekhi Wingo is still available. But I think if you can get a coached up, dialed in Mason Smith, that's a lot now. But, if you can check those boxes, you might have a significant player here, a significant contributor on your team there. And then Jerry Jones, I think the move from boundary corner to slot corner certainly helped. All things considered, he was a high performer in terms of just the grades that he elicited. There's some work there. I think he might have a little bit tougher of a transition than I think people are anticipating as he plays nickel at the next level. But good player, though. Good player. I think late third, fourth round obviously made sense for him as well. And then, of course, Foster with the most recent selection. So not bad from the Jags. I think a little early on Mason Smith, but not a bad group here. Why is TJ Tampa still on the board? Is he scheme specific? He is. He is. I don't think, although he looks like a man corner, right? Physically, he appears to be a man corner. He doesn't necessarily have the technique, the fluidity, the hips in order to hold up in man coverage. I think he needs to be in a cover 2 scheme, or perhaps make the transition to safety, right? Because he's an excellent open field tackler. There's good physicality there, but yeah, the quicker, shiftier receivers are going to give him problems. And I don't think he plays with the requisite instincts in order to pin guys to the boundary and kind of leverage his help where the other defenders are. He needs work. He needs work from that perspective. Go Pack, go. Green Bay's having a good draft. They are. They're having a quality draft. A lot of picks as well. So excited for Green Bay fans. Of course, they seem to already be ahead of schedule based on what they did last year. They're just a handful of players away, and they may manage to get all of them via free agency and this draft here. They certainly seem to be on their way. Okay, so with the Jags back on the clock, they went back to LSU. They go get Jordan Jefferson. All right, more of a 2-down player here. They're really trying to bolster that down line. Again, Mekhi Wingo player I like. He doesn't necessarily fit an odd man front. He seems to be more of a 3 technique here. So Jefferson and Mason Smith to help bolster that down line in Jacksonville and clear the way for their second level defenders, i.e. Devin Lloyd, Alua Khan. I think Chad Muma, we might see a bit more of him as they use Devin Lloyd more as a pass rusher. So I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. You know, I think that the key here is how you coach these guys up, right? LSU really struggled defensively. Seemingly, when you look at these guys, you would expect more from them, and it just didn't play out that way. So hopefully NFL coaching gets them across the finish line here. All right, so let me go back to my tracker. Cincinnati pick is in. Picks are coming in fast and furious. And I apologize. This draft tracker kind of has a tendency to jump around as it reloads. So if I'm making you're getting motion sickness watching the stream, I apologize. Okay. So perhaps I'm either behind or there was a trade up. At any rate, Eric All was a selection to Cincinnati here in the second round, or in the fourth round, excuse me. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Drew had him in his top 15. Would be a much higher up if he didn't have all of the injuries. You know, very, very checkered injury history. That's a position that I think Cincinnati just has not been able to figure out to this point, really get it locked in long term. So the Eric All selection is an intriguing one. Hopefully he can stay healthy. Jordan Jefferson at 116. Of course, the Colts on the clock now. All right, appreciate that, Mrs. Prasky. Let's go over to Indianapolis, who I think is having a good draft as well. You get Latu, our top defender, at 15. You didn't have to move. That works pretty well. Adonai Mitchell in the second round. Again, question marks of whether or not, he has the right temperament, but the talent is undeniable. The talent is undeniable. And to get him in the second round, late second round, I think equates to excellent value. And then Matt Gonsalves, right? They need to ensure that they keep things intact up front. You have attrition in terms of injuries and free agency, and Gonsalves later in the process got more and more familiar with him. Seems like a good player to me. So let's see what Indy does here at 117. Okay, they're going back to the offensive line. I got a little insight on this one. Going back to the offensive line, and Tanner Bortolini. It's a guy that Headley and Drew are certainly fans of. I thought he got better throughout the week in Mobile. He should be the pivot. He should be the pivot here. And now I gotta take a minute here to look at the Colts depth chart. Let's see what the Colts depth chart has to offer here. Do they have an immediate need for center here? I thought Ryan Kelly was the guy. Am I mistaken? Is it coming to an end here? Maybe Kelly or Bortolini plays guard. I don't know that I want to see Bortolini at guard. So that's one I need to explore a little bit more. They have Will Fries kind of as penciled in as the right guard. Is he the answer? Maybe not. Does Bortolini enter the starting lineup? Is he the center or guard? I would prefer to see him play center. And Mrs. C, I got your Seahawks pick here, man. I don't know how you're gonna feel about this one. But I'll wait till they actually announce the Colts pick to clue you in on this one here as I switch gears to Seattle. All right, so with Tanner Bortolini being announced to the Colts, the Seahawks with the 118th overall pick, they're going with Tyrese Knight, Mississippi Prasky, out of UTEP. Now, when you talk about just racking up tackles, I mean that's what Tyrese Knight does. I believe he led the FBS in tackles. Always around the football. It's a position of need. I'm not sure if he's a guy that you particularly like, Mississippi Prasky, but I think if you can keep him clean, he's just going to get the ball carrier on the ground. All right, so Seattle clearly was in on him coming in for a 30 visit. So that trade down, I think they had him in mind the entire time. I don't think they ever wavered on this. I don't think this is a reaction, knee jerk or anything. This is the guy that they coveted. They felt like they could get him a little bit later here in the 4th round. Added some draft capital, so I'm not mad at it. If that's the guy that you covet, I'm not mad at it. A couple of linebackers that I may like a little bit more, but again, I think you got to think about Mike McDonald, what he's looking for, what he's asking of his second level defenders. The fact that Knight just seems to always find the football, I think you can't coach that. You can't simply coach that. The expectation, right, is for your second level defenders to lead you in tackling. That's generally the expectation. But the rate at which he is racking up these tackles, not unlike what you got from Jordan Brooks and Bobby Wagner. I don't believe he's those type of player, that high end of a player, but certainly a solid option here at the second level of your defense in Seattle. And Seattle will be on the clock here in a few short selections. We got Pittsburgh up next. Let's jump over to Pittsburgh, who I believe is having a quality draft for sure. Troy Fautano, Zach Frazier. I think they understood the assignment here. They understand the assignment with the first 2 selections. Let's get the last 2 pieces. We had 2/5 of the offensive line that we needed to get addressed, and they did that. These are 2 players that, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if Frazier found his way into the 1st round. Of course, he's an interior offensive lineman. They generally get pushed down the board a little bit, but Fautano, we love. We love him here at Couch Potato General Manager. And then Roman Wilson, whether you play him at the F or the Z, I think he's an excellent complement to George Pickens. Mike Tomlin, I think, clearly developed a relationship with him in Mobile, and he has that requisite mentality that you're looking for in terms of this AFC North and the ruggedness, the physicality that you need to play with. And then, of course, Peyton Wilson. So you go back-to-back Wilsons here, and Wilson was our 2nd-ranked linebacker. Of course, that there may be some off-the-field concerns here that pushed him down. The fact that he doesn't have an ACL in one of his knees, that's going to take him off the board of several teams. But again, the Steelers organization, they got a chance to see Wilson up close and personal in Mobile, work through the process, and they felt comfortable at it. I mean, the guy, in terms of the way he moves and the physicality that he's playing with, it hasn't affected him to this point. So you just ride it till the wheels fall off, man. Ride it till the wheels fall off. Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson at the 2nd level is covering a lot of ground. I must say, a lot of ground. Got to protect Rustin Justin. Absolutely. They've done it. They've fixed it. They've taken a long time. And you got to think about it, right? When Ben Roethlisberger was at the height of his powers, they had one of the better offensive lines in the league. It was like a top 3 offensive line, right? You probably maybe even top 2 at one point, right? And you think about Lev Bell and the patience that he would exercise. They had an excellent offensive line. And they've let it deteriorate over the last 4 seasons or so, 4 or 5 seasons. They've really let it deteriorate. But now over the course of the last couple of drafts here, and free agency, I think they've gotten it right here. And whoever's playing quarterback, they're going to have to get the job done, because I think from a protection perspective, they'll be in good shape. They'll be able to run the football. They'll have the requisite balance that they're looking for. We'll see what Arthur Smith does from a play calling perspective, but I like what they did with those first 2 selections. I mentioned the Wilson picks, and then they're going back to the offensive line here with Mason McCormick out of South Dakota State. Now, we talked about the fact that there was a lot of good interior offensive linemen still on the board here. McCormick out of the FCS, but he helped himself a lot in terms of his dominant play in the FCS. And then, of course, what he's done throughout the pre-draft process. Wasn't invited to the Mobile, and Jim Nagy actually copped to saying, that was a mistake on our part. I can't recall whether or not he got the invite to the combine. I think he did, but he's turned a ton of heads, turned a lot of heads during the pre-draft process, and there was a thought that he might actually find his way into the 3rd round here. So he goes with the 119th overall pick. This is Uprasky checking in with the Dolphins trading up to the Philly spot. So the Dolphins identifying the player that they covet and deciding to move up here. Let's jump over to Miami, see their draft haul to this point. And Mrs. Uprasky's Seahawks will be up on the clock after Miami. Chop Robinson, and Scotty Joe mentioned it as we were talking about the edge position in our last live stream prior to the NFL draft, that they could very well go edge early with Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb dealing with injuries. And there's a likelihood that they won't be available to begin the season. And I'm not sure if they're thinking Jalen Phillips is part of their plans long-term. So Chop Robinson makes sense there. And, of course, they need to get the offensive line situated. I think they could add another player here. The interior probably needs some work as well. But Patrick Paul, the upside he possesses in terms of pass protection is immense. I'd like to see him become a better run blocker. And now a lot of that has to do with the technique aspect of things. So if he can get that refined, that he could be a difference maker, especially in terms of pass protection. You got to protect whoever the quarterback is, but Tua in particular. You gotta make sure things are clean for Tua so he can deliver with accuracy. Let's see what the Dolphins have up their sleeves here. Of course, we go to commercial here. All right, let's see. Yeah, as for the Dolphins, I'm still thinking either side of the line of scrimmage. I know Dolphins fans would like to see a receiver, i.e. a Brandon Rice here to add some physicality after the bad playoff loss, right? The smaller, the diminutive receivers struggled with Kansas City's press coverage. Everybody struggled with Kansas City's press coverage. The Chiefs corners had receivers in hell with their man-to-man, sticky man-to-man coverage. So I do think they could stand to add a bigger target to their passing game, but I think there's a lot of work to be done on either side of the line of scrimmage here. So that would be my focus. Potentially the down line here, the defensive line at 120. We'll see. We'll see what the Dolphins come up with, though. Let's see here. Check my sources. Ooh, okay. This one comes as a surprise. I understand. Oh, okay. No. It comes as a surprise and it doesn't come as a surprise. I'll announce the pick here. It's Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. So clearly, the speed, the burst, outside zone in that particular running scheme, he's a great fit for it. But again, I just think you got more pressing needs. Now, this could come down to, hey, this player is significantly higher on our board than the rest of the guys that might be available. So we're going to go in that direction. It is very, very, Shanahan-ish, Mike McDaniel, coming from that tree, McVay, so on and so forth, to collect ball carriers. You know what I mean? Of course, they went with Achan last year. What's his name? Mostert had a career year. You know what I mean? And I believe they re-upped with him. So I guess he just thought that the value was just too good to pass up in general, right? Because he's a big-time home run hitter as well. Like you're not losing much from one player to the next. As it relates to those running backs, you're really not losing anything in terms of their ability to score from anywhere on the field. So I thought, Mr. Pressey, I thought they re-upped with Mostert. If I'm not mistaken, I thought they re-upped with him. I thought they actually extended him. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll confirm that a bit later. I got your Seahawks pick here as well. And it's a player that Headley actually really liked. Another guy who didn't necessarily get a lot of opportunity to make his bones in the passing game, but what we did see of him, the flashes we saw of him, we liked. So let's see, Press, you got AJ Barner out of Michigan, tight end. I do believe you needed help in the tight end room. So Barner was the preferred pick here for Seattle. Very much so. Fearfully confident. Very, very Mike McDaniel pick. They probably said, okay, this is the one pick that you get to make a decision on, right? Greer, the GM, probably said, all right, Mike, we'll go get your guy now. I worry. I worry about the front seven here in Miami, though. I'm concerned about that. They haven't, to my knowledge, done much of anything to replace Christian Wilkins at this point. Scotty Joe, fins up. Yeah, I'm sure the dynasty football heads, the fantasy football heads, their heads are exploding here with this pick as well, because if and I'm assuming most of it's still in the fold with Achan, although I think he's dealt with injury. How much of an opportunity will Jalen Wright get? Are you going to need a certain level of attrition for him to get on the field and be a difference maker? So, but again, very much a Dolphins pick. He fits that scheme like a glove. I mean, there isn't a better scheme for Jalen Wright to play in than what they run in Miami. It seems that the league is down on the safety class. It seems that way. So maybe it's the inverse of that, right? I know how you feel, Mr. Ciprasky, but it may be the inverse of that. And you gotta. One of the things that I've learned, not that I disagree with you, but one of the things that I've learned, watching the draft over the years and obviously having doing evaluations, is NFL teams covet tight ends, right? Seemingly, you got tight ends that go 2, 3, 4 rounds too soon. And then, of course, they're not used heavily in the offense, right? But I think it's the utility that they offer, right? From a special teams perspective, from a H-back perspective, lead blocker, inline, it's just there's so many different ways that tight ends are deployed throughout the game, not just in terms of the passing game, that they have a tendency to get pushed up the board. Whether you agree with it or not, I think that's just the nature of the NFL at this point. All right, let me take a look at Seattle's picks here. Yeah. I think what you do get with Barner, though, is a guy that's going to be able to contribute immediately. Generally, even with what I said being stated, the tight ends have a tendency to take a little time to actually learn and be trusted, right? Because they have so much responsibility. You're effectively learning two positions. And then I mentioned all the different ways he's deployed on a football field, whether it be H-back, special teams, protection man, and the punt. You know what I'm saying? Just the sheer amount of ways that they are leveraged. Generally, it takes some time for those guys to actually be trusted to be on the field. But I think Barner, especially the experience that he had at Michigan, Jim Harbaugh, more prototypical concepts, he should be able to help you sooner rather than later. All right, we got the Bears with the pick in here. Let's see what we got going with Chicago. Final selection of the draft here for Chicago. This is very much a team that feels like, hey, listen, this is a 4 or 5 round draft, right? They didn't move. They stayed exactly where they were with all their selections. When they got Caleb Williams, obviously at the top, couldn't pass up Roma Dunze. I mean, that is an embarrassment of riches in terms of weapons here for Caleb Williams. Kieran Amagaji, a player that obviously has a very high upside. Whether or not he gets there is a real question. Of course, they have incumbents Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright at tackle, so they think that Amagaji could end up being a better player than Braxton Jones is what I imagine here. But they don't have to necessarily rush him on field either. And then Torrey Taylor, okay, a punter here. I got nothing. I got nothing on Torrey Taylor out of Iowa, although he was a Ray Guy Award winner. So apparently a good punter. Field position matters. Special teams matters. Don't get me wrong. I don't know that I would have used this pick on a punter, but that's it. That's going to be it for the Bears draft. I think after those first 3 selections, first 2 in particular, I think everything is pretty much gravy considering the status of that roster. That roster is in very, very good shape. A lot of young talent here. So expect Chicago to compete big time in 2024. Did Brad Holmes do the right thing going cornerback? At this point, I'm going to give Brad Holmes the benefit of the doubt. I think Brad Holmes has done everything right in terms of pushing the right buttons. Even the Jack Campbell pick to still get Brian Branch in the 2nd round. I think he's done such a good job of pushing the right buttons that I'm not mad at. And that was their glaring weakness. That was their glaring weakness. And you get both Terrion Arnold and Rakestraw. Those are going to be your corners in a couple of years, right? Terrion is probably going to be a starter this year. Rakestraw will be in sub packages out of the gate, but by as early as 2025, those are probably your starting corners. So I'm not mad at it. I'm really not mad at it. And I would imagine because of what they've done in the offseason, they're in position. They were in position to take best player available, and it just so happens that was the area of their team that needed the most work. So they didn't rest on their laurels in terms of what they did in free agency and via trade. They decided, you know what, there are quality football players at the cornerback position. It is a passing league, and these players, they fit the mentality that Dan Campbell has as well. They do the dirty work. They have the attention to detail. They're also a culture fit. So I'm not mad at the double up at all. I'm not mad at it at all. Let's see here. Get back aligned. Houston on the clock. Philly has a lot of picks, man. All the moving down and up, and they're just manipulating the draft board, which I'm with Howie on this. You got the flexibility to move up and down. Do it. Identify your players, get them, and then of course add value while you're at it. I think I said Philly moving up, but they're moving back. They like it. They like the depth of it. All right, you got Cade Stover to the Houston Texans. So the Texans go no 1st round pick. They traded out of the 1st round. They go Kamari Lassiter, Blake Fisher. Again, the Texans fans, I think they were a little frustrated with the idea of us when we were mock drafting going offensive line as early as we did, but it played out that way. I think that's an area that they can continue to, that they should have bolstered, and now you're in great shape as far as what's in front of CJ Stroud. Kalen Bullock to play that safety position, that center field position. I think that the key here with Bullock, who's a good pass defender, I just don't like the way he tackles at all. And he can't tackle. But I think what this does, it really frees up Jalen Petrie to get back to playing that nickel position. And I think that's where he thrives. I think he thrives at the nickel position. He's a good safety, but I think he has like all pro ability when he's predominantly in the nickel. So I like the selection for that reason. And then Cade Stover, we talked about the tight end position. You need guys who can be in line. You need guys who can do a myriad of things in your offense. When you start moving around and doing the various personnel groupings, you need players who can be that moving chess piece, and that's what Stover offers there. Mixed feelings on these tight ends, but it seems like there's quite a few here in the early to mid 4th round here as it relates to the draft boards are concerned, and I think that aligns a lot with what we thought going into this draft as well. All right, San Fran up next. Yeah, he is. He's phenomenal in the nickel. Phenomenal. See what San Fran got going on here. Okay. Position of need and some need physicality here in terms of San Francisco. San Francisco is going to go with Malik Mustafa out of Wake Forest. All right. And I think Mustafa, I mean, he brings hats to the party. Brings hats to the party. He is physical. You know, in terms of setting the tone, he's a leader. I think there's certainly room for him to improve in terms of his pass coverage, but the way he closes like a bat out of hell, it makes a difference as far as his pass coverage. Not the technique, not the, I'll line up in the nickel and carry your F wherever he goes. Not that type of player, but again, see it, react, blink of an eye, physicality. He brings all of that to the table. So I like Mustafa. And I thought that some of the draft analysts that, I'll peek in on and see where they have certain guys as it relates to where my analysis is. I thought they were a little high on Mustafa. I thought they were a little high because of the fact that he isn't as effective in man-to-man coverage as some of the other guys, the Tykees, the Javon Bullards of the world. And I don't think he was as high end as a Cole Bishop either. But I like Mustafa at this point for sure. Early day 3 makes a lot of sense to me. And speaking of the 49ers, their draft class, while I'm a little surprised Ricky made it into the first round, I'm not floored because I thought he was going to come off the board early in the second anyway. So you got Pearsall. You follow that up with Renardo Green. And of course, with the Mustafa pick, it clearly shows that they needed to upgrade their secondary. Renardo Green's man-to-man skills. Perhaps there's going to be a little bit of a change here in terms of how they deploy. I think they're predicated on their pass rush, right? San Francisco is, and that's what you got to have. You got to have the pass rush going in order to hold up in cover 3. You know what I'm saying? But I think you got to do a better job, especially take a page out of Kansas City's book. You need to be more aggressive with these receivers nowadays. A lot of them are not comfortable beating press coverage. They just haven't faced a lot of it. They just don't know how to handle it. And what press coverage allows you to do is disrupt the timing. It really allows you to disrupt the timing, allows your defense to get the quarterback off his spot. You know what I mean? And ultimately, if you can play man-to-man with any level of effectiveness, you're less passive. You start dictating to the offense, right? As opposed to bending but not breaking. Hufanga, the injury. And of course, I don't know that they're going to get a long-term deal done there, considering that injury. So, yeah. Now, if you mention Hufanga, there is some similarities. There is some similarities in terms of kind of the reckless abandon that Mustafa plays with. Yep, bring some familiarity there. That might have been a CJ Stroud pick. You remember he said, get my guy Tank Dell. That could have very well been a CJ Stroud pick here. And Cade Stover. All right, and just to finish the conversation around San Francisco to this point, Dominic Pooney. I love that selection. Again, they probably have a couple of spots that needed to address along the offensive line. Pooney, he's plug and play. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. I think he can play center or guard for you. Drew's Bucks are up next. And I'm not sure who it was. It might have been, who was it who said it? Alex. Alex mentioned it. The Bucks have had an excellent draft at this point. Barton, Braswell, Smith. Some guys I like a little bit more than Braswell, but I certainly understand why teams are high on him. Tyke Smith, Jalen McMillan. I think they've been phenomenal thus far. Bucky Irvin. So, I mean, listen, that's Drew's guy. That's Drew's guy. That's an excellent fit here as far as the Bucks are concerned. In fact, I believe Drew, who proctored our 7-round mock draft, selected Bucky Irvin in the 4th round here to Tampa Bay. Nice compliment there to Rachaad White. I like it. I like it. They needed a little bit more dynamic play out of this offense, and adding Jalen McMillan and Bucky Irving certainly does that. His ability to make guys miss in close quarters is really unrivaled in this class. He didn't test particularly well, so I think that's part of the reason why he ends up in day 3 and maybe not, late 3rd round, but certainly excellent football player. And I think 40 can get a little, we can take that out of context a little bit, right? I don't think having an amazing 40 is necessarily a prerequisite for being an effective running back at the next level. You can think about Kyron Williams. He's one of the more recent examples of it, where it's about vision. It's about short area quickness, the ability to make guys miss. You know what I'm saying? And football speed at the end of the day, not track speed. All right. I'm sure Drew's going to be excited about that one. Detroit on the clock. All right, Brad Holmes. If I could just change this to Detroit, that would be great. The pick is in. No 3rd round pick. And as Fearfully Confident mentioned, back-to-back corners. Again, that was the eyesore. That was their Achilles heel defensively last year. Of course, they went into 2023 indicating that, hey, we're going to stop the run. We're going to figure this out. We're going to stop the run. They managed to do that. Now they're solving the back end of their defense with a pair of corners with their first 2 selections. Let's see what they do here in the 4th. Check my sources. Okay. This is one I'm not familiar with, so I'll let it play out. I'm not familiar with this particular player. So this is the Lions scouting department, Brad Holmes' crew, doing their thing here. But I will say, long term, especially now that Penei Sewell is the highest paid tackle in the league, well deserved. 23 years old, he's a complete monster. I think he's going to be transitioning to left tackle in 2025. I don't believe Taylor Decker will be extended. I think this is his last year in Detroit. So with Sewell sliding over the left side, that creates a vacancy at right tackle. So the player, I will give you this much: the player that's being selected is an offensive tackle. And I think he probably will need a little bit of development, considering that, most aren't going to be familiar with him. Most. So given the opportunity to develop, he may be ready to go as early as 2025. But I do think in 2025, we're going to see Sewell switch over to left tackle, replacing Decker, and there'll be a new starting right tackle in Detroit. I want to ask everyone, in fact, let me share my tab just for a second. I want to ask everyone who's watching on the X, if you would, in that stream, if you go down to the first comment, I shared the stream on YouTube. If you don't mind hitting that video, clicking the like button, and then coming back over to X, that would be great. I'd appreciate that support. Yes, sir. Do me that. Do me a solid and hit that like button. Yeah, I it's going back to the Buck selection of Bucky Irvin. I really like that compliment. And again, Drew, he forsake the cornerback position. He forsaked it in favor of Bucky Irving. So I think there was a clear need, beyond Rachaad White. They just didn't have great options, unfortunately. Sean Tucker wasn't able to get on the field. Chase Edmonds is kind of a shell of his former self. He's dealt with injuries. So I think the addition of Bucky Irving goes a long way in terms of adding another element to this Buccaneers offense. Taking their time with this pick. I know Detroit is the host city, so there's a little pomp and circumstance associated with their selections. After Detroit, we have Philly. So the Philly traded down a bit here just a moment ago. So take a look at Philadelphia's draft class to this point. And they have been busy as far as the trades are concerned. They have been Very busy. Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalix Hunt. Hunt is not a well-known prospect, but got a chance to watch him in Mobile and came away impressed, especially during the game. I thought he did some damage. Thought he did some damage in the game. You know, he's still a developing player, so he's going to have an opportunity to kind of sit and get immersed into that off-season training plan. Continue to fill out that frame, but the upside is immense. Former safety turn edge. So, like I said, he's still got some development to do. But if you look at him, just his frame and everything, you know, he's got a lot of room to grow. A lot of room to grow. So, interesting selection. I don't hate it. Cooper DeJean, Quinion Mitchell, of course, the Eagles secondary was abysmal last year, unfortunately. Just breakdown after breakdown. The play of their veteran corners really diminished. There's some young players that we kind of like, but Mitchell and DeJean, they should be. Mitchell certainly will be starting at corner in relative short order. And I think Cooper DeJean's going to force his way onto the field early, too, as a safety. So just announced the pick here, or they're getting to the point of announcing the pick. Again, as I mentioned, this Lions pick has been they've been dragging it along a little bit here. Giovanni Manu out of British Columbia, 6'8", 350. All right. So obviously, massive human being. And this is really my first exposure to him. So I'll have to see if I can hunt down some all 22 to see if I can get a little bit more insight on him. But this Lions staff clearly identified him as a player that they coveted. In fact, there was a trade associated with this, and they dealt their 2025 third-round pick to move up for Manu. So he's Tongan descent he's of Tongan descent, and he averaged 30 points per game and 15 rebounds per game as a high school hooper, man. So 6'8", you know what I'm saying? I'm sure he was playing center in high school. Yes, Scotty Joe. Another knee biter. Now he gotta come down real low. He's got to come down real low in order to bite kneecaps, right? He's 6'8", but again, I'm sure he fits the mold. He fits the mentality and the mold of what they're looking for in Detroit. Will Shipley is the next selection here to Philadelphia. I know there are a lot of people who are higher on Will Shipley than I am, and there is a chance. There is a chance Shipley, given his skill set, will be a better pro than college football player. I thought just the sheer expectations of Shipley, he didn't live up to it from that perspective. There are a number of guys on the board that I like a little bit more than him, but I understand the allure of Shipley, the ability to make guys miss in the open field, great hands out of the backfield. I really do think his shiftiness is what they kind of covet as it relates to this the way they want to deploy their offense in Philadelphia, i.e., Saquon Barkley. Of course, not comparing him to Saquon necessarily here, but the skill set, I think, is of a similar skill set in terms of, again, the shiftiness, the ability to catch the football out of the backfield, make guys miss in the open field. So Will Shipley to Philadelphia. Picks coming in quickly here. We got the Bills with the next selection. This is the back that I probably would have taken ahead of Will Shipley. They go with Ray Davis. And I think that's an excellent compliment to James Cook. James Cook, you want to get him on the edges, get him in space. Of course, he catches the football very well. You don't lose anything in the passing game with Ray Davis. When Ray Davis comes into the game, you're not necessarily tipping your hand. I think they had that issue before with Damian Harris and some other guys that they had behind James Cook. But with Ray Davis, you get a little bit more physicality between the tackles. You got a short yardage back, and then, of course, big-time production in the passing game. So, again, I actually like Ray Davis a little bit more, or a bit more, than Will Shipley. I think this is a very good selection by Buffalo. You just look at Buffalo's draft class. I like it. I just think the trades that they made, they just didn't get good enough value in my mind. Yeah, this was the round. This was a sweet spot for the running backs. I expect a couple more to come off here within the next 10 picks or so. For sure. But yeah, I like Ray Davis's all-around skill set Big time production in the SEC. Big time production. Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter, Ray Davis. Bills fans got to be happy about that. Again, didn't net the value I think they should have gotten in those trades, either of those trades, but I like all 4 players here for the Bills in particular. Got San Francisco making their next selection. Moving quickly now. I like it. Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa. So this is the second of 3 fourth-round selections for San Francisco. San Francisco likes their late day 2, early day 3 selections. They really do. They really do. That has been kind of the MO of John Lynch here in San Francisco. So we'll wait to discuss their next pick here. And Scotty Joe, you said it. Run on running backs. It continues. It continues here with Isaac Guerendo, right? So of course, Guerendo with that size speed combination. Again, you talk about systems and the fit and how that all comes together. He certainly fits the bill. He absolutely fits the bill here in terms of being able to get to that top speed quickly on the edge here on that outside zone scheme. So one cut, turn it up. The run on running backs, Scotty Joe, it's in full effect. It is in full effect here. And again, I think we anticipated this. I think this was a sweet spot for the running backs to start coming off the board. There were a couple of guys that teams liked early, i.e. Brooks and Benson. Was there a third running back on day 2? I don't recall. If there was a third running back on day 2. But after that, after those couple of guys there, you've seen, let me think about it, maybe 4 or 5 running backs here in the 4th round, if I'm not mistaken. And like I said, I think it's going to continue. I think we're going to get a couple more before the 4th round comes to an end. Okay. All right. So I know we're in a commercial break here, at least through the NFL Network's live stream. But I do have the details on the next pick after San Francisco here. The Ravens are on the clock, and we talked about him earlier in terms of what would be a good fit. Where could he potentially land? Baltimore's going to go with TJ Tampa. Baltimore's going to add TJ Tampa. I think there's a chance they play him at safety. I really do. Now, you can do a couple of different things. They like to be multiple. They like to move things around. Of course, you already have Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton in play. I wonder if they're going to continue to kind of do their 3 safety look. No Geno Stone. He moved on. I think he's in Cincinnati now. So I think that might be the direction they go in. Now, could they potentially play him at corner? Yes. But I think you have to have a specific plan in place for him. Right. I think, of course, his ability to tackle open field, get guys on the ground is big. And to not completely dismiss his pass coverage. I mean, he's only allowed 1 touchdown in like over 900 defensive snaps. So, now he's going to be facing a different animal in terms of the receivers at the NFL level, right? Week in and week out, you got the likes of George Pickens, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. You got some good ones. I'm sure I'm missing a couple more guys there just in the division. So he at a minimum needs to work on his technique, his flexibility, become a little bit more twitchy as far as being able to get in and out of cuts and breaks. But I can certainly see them transitioning him to safety and deploying their 3 safety look, considering how good of a tackler he is in the open field. All right, let's jump over to Baltimore as they work on that particular pick. Let's take a look. Nate Wiggins, Rosengarten, Adisa Isaac, Tez Walker, and most recently TJ Tampa. And when you talk about value, I I think they've managed to get really good value with these last 3 picks, even the first one. Based on the consensus, all of their picks have come at a value. But I think the Wiggins, Isaac, Walker, and now this TJ Tampa selection all represent really good value. I think Roger Rosengarten probably goes where he should go. Like I said, late 2nd round, early 3rd round. After Baltimore, we actually have the Chiefs, and I'm wondering. The Chiefs went with Worthy in the first via the trade up. I think that was a highway robbery. They then traded with San Francisco and get Kingsley Suamataia, who's a player that we like, I think, more than the consensus here at CPG. And we actually mocked him in the first round, late first round, a number of times. I think he's going to get great development in Kansas City. He's going to be a long-term left tackle for Kansas City. He's going to protect the blind side of Mahomes for a long time. I think he's a very talented player. They got a pair of 4th round selections. So they have the 131st and then the 133rd here. Corner is what I'm looking at for Kansas City at this point. I think they need to add a corner. Cam Hart, to me, would be a perfect fit in terms of what they like to do on the boundary. See which direction they go in. Seems like a Raven, right, Dana? He seems like a Raven in my mind. Okay. Well, at least with this pick, they're not going corner. They go with Jared Wiley, another tight end that we got a chance to see in Mobile. The pass catching ability, the movement skills are certainly there, right? There's some question marks in terms of the physicality and what he does in line, but that's not what he's being drafted to do. Not for this team, right? They're not expecting those guys to set physical edges and stuff. They want those guys to release, get out, and create, add targets to the progression for Patrick Mahomes as he cycles through. So Jared Wiley to TCU. I think he comes in maybe as a top 7, 8 tight end, according to Headley and Drew in this class. So like I said, I think the intriguing part here is what he does in the passing game. All right. What we got next here? Detroit is back on the clock, and then Kansas City back at 133. So Detroit with a pair of 4th round selections. Looks like they thinking ahead there with the tackle Giovanni Manu out of British Columbia, the University of British Columbia. Make sure I get it right. They can go in any direction. They can go best player available. I actually would like them to see to add some teeth to their down line on defense, right? You want to make sure you have a robust rotation up front. So I could certainly, a guy like Makai Wingo, although maybe not an ideal fit, is something that I would consider. If you're looking for an edge rusher, Muhammad Kamara, Gabriel Murphy, Austin Booker, all those guys, to give them, opposing team somebody to think about other than Hutchinson. I think that's certainly a direction that they could go in. A big 5 technique, over here to be physical and hold up at the point of attack is someone. So I'm thinking front 7. That's kind of my thought process here, is the front 7 with this 4th round selection in Detroit. But according to my sources, they are not thinking front 7. Instead, they are thinking defensive back. So then I imagine this is very much based on their draft board, right? They're staying true to their draft board at this point. Good player, versatile player. They're going to go safety, but I thought they had a pretty robust group there at safety already. But Sion Vaki out of Utah is the pick here. And I thought Vaki really burst onto the scene this year. He's a former running back. He's just a good football player. Seeing him in person, you wouldn't think he was a football player, but when he puts on the helmets, he plays with the requisite physicality that you're looking for. Again, you talk about mentality culture. I think he certainly is a fit for what they're looking for in Detroit. And, the reality is that you can never have too many good defensive backs, right? And like I said, he offers a certain level of flexibility on the back end as well. I still would like to see them address the front seven, though. I think they could stand to add some teeth, some depth to that group. But Vaki is the pick here to Detroit, which takes us back to Kansas City, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, here at the top here. So let's jump back over to Kansas City and see what Veach is coming up with here with his second, fourth round pick. Absolutely. Absolutely. Special teams. I should have elaborated in more detail, Mr. C. Prasky, but that's what I meant by the versatility, right? He was a ball carrier previously as a running back, so I think he can obviously add something to the return game as well. He's just a good football player, just all around good football player. Maybe not necessarily excels at any one thing, but he does so many things well. Yeah, with the rule changes. Yep. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what. I've been harping on them, adding teeth to the front seven and the down line in particular, but I put my trust in Brad Holmes, man. Brad Holmes has pushed all the right buttons to this point. He's pushed all of them. So I trust him that he has a plan and that they're working it, and of course the coaching staff is executing as well as the players. Let me get your thoughts. I know all of you have your favorite NFL teams. I want to get your thoughts in terms of how your favorite team has fared thus far through almost 4 full rounds of the 2024 NFL draft. Let me get to your thoughts here in the comments. So I want to hear your thoughts and get a sense of how you're feeling. I know there's certain players that you may have preferred here or there, but instant reaction is always interesting, right? And then of course, when you have some time to kind of digest it a bit, you realize, okay, that makes sense, or I actually like this player because I wasn't familiar with him. So again, in the comments, let me know your thoughts about how your team has fared thus far. So for our player, hey man, I think it's one of those things where they feel like this draft has more players that they like than perhaps some of the other organizations. I think certain teams are trading up, they're getting aggressive because they identify a player, or they're staying put even though they don't have a full complement of picks because they don't necessarily like the depth in this draft. Whereas other teams are like, sure, let's trade down. Let's add picks. There's a lot of players that we like here, a lot of guys that we would be comfortable with. So let's give us more cracks at it. But this is a team, to your point, that it's kind of an all-in team. Right, the Jets with an older quarterback here, so you would think they would want to be aggressive. They would want to stay aggressive and ensure that they get the 2 or 3 players that they need in order to get over the hump. All right, what does KC have going here? Oh, man. Chiefs nailing it, man. Jaden Hicks. Oof. Sheesh. The Chiefs are nailing it, man. I still think they need that corner, but Jaden Hicks might be their best safety already. He's a good one. Figured out a way to get in front of the Chargers for Colson in round 2, and it didn't happen, so I'm bummed about that. And of course, Zinter, of course, didn't last to the 4th round. But Gaynor Haynes, yeah. I think the question really comes down to the style of play, right? If you're going to be a little bit more zone heavy with the change of the guard, no more Pete Carroll. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna do a little bit more zone as opposed to power concepts, Haynes is the guy you want. He's the one you want, right? Now, if you're leaning more in terms of power, then I would lean towards Zinter. But Either one of those players is a good choice. Either one. All right, so Jaden Hicks and a guy I know a guy that Headley really like. He's a younger player too. I thought he would go earlier, considering that he checked the boxes from an athletic perspective. Playmaker, makes plays at really every level of the defense. So again, running back, safety, sweet spot here in the 4th round. Jump to the Jets. Braylon Allen. I'm a Braylon Allen fan. I know a lot of people have soured on him. They feel like he doesn't play to his size. But I'm a fan. I'm a fan of his talent. Very young player. I think he's 19 still. I think if and when he figures it out, he could be a difference maker. Now, of course, you still have Breece Hall. Got my guy from last year, Israel Abanikanda. So it really begs the question, what are we doing in terms of making sure we have the pieces necessary to get over the hump, right? This was always my concern as it related to Green Bay. I thought Green Bay, they kind of stuck to their principles almost to a detriment as it related to their draft approach. And of course, in the very first year that they move on from Aaron Rodgers, they add a bunch of perimeter weapons, right? What they have been desperately searching for over the last several seasons outside of Devontae Adams. So it's amazing to me that you have a quarterback obviously in the twilight of his career, coming off of an injury, and you add Braylon Allen, whom again I love the player, love Braylon Allen, but with Breece Hall, who I think another year removed from his injury is set to go on a tear, and then a guy that I really liked last year quite a bit, Israel Abanikanda, already in the fold. I know attrition happens at the running back position. I just think they can make a better use of their draft capital. I like the Fashionable Corley picks. I like the player, Braylon Allen, but I don't love the landing spot here in New York. I mentioned San Francisco. I think they had 3 4th-round selections. They're back on the clock, and in fact, the pick is in. So let's see what they do. The last 2 selections were Malik Mustafa and Isaac Guerendo. Again, more running backs coming off the board, the latest being Braylon Allen. Let's see what San Francisco does right here. Okay. Yeah, I think we should be hearing something soon here. Yeah, Braylon Allen's 20. He's the youngest player in the draft. Based on this selection here in San Francisco, we should hear something on either Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk soon. Jacob Cowing, he just gets open, right? Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowan, these are route running aficionados. And the one thing's for sure, one thing is certain. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, they love receivers from the Senior Bowl. You take a look at, since the time that they came to San Francisco together, the amount of receivers they've drafted from the Senior Bowl, including Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. I don't believe Ayuk practiced because he got hurt, but he was slated to be at the Senior Bowl. Jawan Jennings. There's been a couple more along the way. They're not all coming to my mind, but Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing obviously were at the 2024 Senior Bowl as well. Again, route running technicians, guys that consistently beat man coverage. The quarterback play obviously held Ricky Pearsall back as far as counting numbers, but the ability is there. The ability certainly is there, no question about it. And then Jacob Cowing could be a difference maker in your slot, right? Like I said, he's held a cover. He's held a cover. He struggles with physicality, but if you can get him a free release, there are precious few who can remain in phase with him. So looks like San Francisco is certainly gearing up for life without Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. Perhaps there's an off chance that it's just kind of one more trip around the sun as it relates to those 2 receivers being together at the top of the depth chart. But they're in position. They certainly have positioned themselves to be able to move on from one of them. Okay, Mr. C. Prass, we're back on the clock here in Seattle. Well, at least I thought we were. I don't know why. Actually, we are. Beginning of the 5th round. All right. And as I mentioned, I'm going to rock with you through the 4th and 5th round here at a minimum. And the pick is in. 136 overall. See what direction Seattle goes in here. See Prasky. Woo! Like I said, I said at the very top, and I've reiterated a couple times. I'm going to do so once more. The way this draft has kind of worked out, a lot of good football players available well into day 3. So, you think about the players that came off the board here in the 4th round. You still got guys like Cam Hart available. There has to be something going on, a medical issue, something there. He's just too good of a player to go this late, all things considered. So I really wonder what's happening on that front. But yeah, man. There's a lot of good football players still available. We just went through the run out the running back position, and across the board. I think you still have pretty good depth. There's some pass rushers, really intriguing guys that are out there. Javon Solomon, Gabriel Murphy, Austin Booker, Mo Kamara out of Colorado State. There's some good football players still out here, man. So stay locked in with me as we work through it together. We see how this 5th round unfolds. Okay. All right. I do have the pick here for you, Mr. C. Prasky. It's Nehemiah Pritchett out of Auburn. And I think just in terms of the length and the man-to-man coverage skills, I like Pritchett. I like Pritchett. I think Pritchett's a pretty solid pick at this juncture. He goes ahead of a guy that I think a lot of people like a little bit more, DJ James, but DJ James is a smaller player. I think Pritchett, profiles in terms of his size, his length for a cover 3 scheme, man-to-man coverage a little bit better. You can play him on the boundary. Perhaps you move Spoon into that slot more frequently with the addition of Pritchett. So I know you had mentioned adding a corner to the group. I think Nehemiah Pritchett's a good player. Again, got some good exposure at Mobile. Ran a 4.36 too. Ran faster than I anticipated. Yeah. Yep. I think Coker's talented. I think there's such a deep class of receivers, man. I think Coker's a talented player. I don't love him, but I think he's talented. I think he certainly belongs on a roster. It's such a deep class of receivers. You still got guys like Malik Washington available. Brendan Rice is out there. Cornelius Johnson. You got Aniyah Smith, a nice slot there. There's still some intriguing pass catchers available. Okay, Chargers on the clock. So we got here Los Angeles. By the way, Omar, Kansas City nailing it, man. They are Veach's blowing this out of the water. All right, we got a couple of picks coming up here for the Chargers. So I like I said, in with the full picture, full context here, I actually like what the Chargers done quite a bit here. Right? There is certainly the thumbprint, the fingerprints of Jim Harbaugh all over this draft class. See what the Chargers come up with right here. I think they need to work on the secondary as well. I know it's inside out for Jim Harbaugh, but that secondary needs some help. Still some intriguing corners as well. I mentioned Cam Hart. You got Jarvis Brownlee Jr. out there. My guy Dwight McLeathern. Some good players. Do we have an update yet? I thought the Chargers could re-up at the receiver position as well. A couple of early picks here in the 5th round. And again, I'll stress it. A lot of good football players. They could add a back to this backfield. So I mentioned corner. They're going with Tarheeb Still out of Maryland, and a guy that I haven't seen a lot of still. I'll be frank. I haven't seen a lot of still, but I like the idea of addressing the cornerback position. I think the defense and which they have done at this point, they've addressed every level of the defense, and every level of the Chargers defense needed work. Every level of it. This team, for the last several years, we thought, they could compete with Kansas City. They got the talent, whatever the case may be. And it just, I don't think they were as talented as many thought on paper, right? They just, of course, injuries have always played a role in the Chargers' demise. I think coaching certainly was problematic with Brandon Staley, not really understanding when to be aggressive and a bit more conservative. But I don't think their roster was good enough at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So, and as I mentioned, they needed to address every level of their defense, and they've done so here in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. Who do we have next? We got Dana. We're back on the clock here with Arizona, followed by the Commanders and then the Chargers, as I mentioned. So let's hop on over to Arizona. Yeah, I like this class. If you were to move up Elijah Jones and DTD and move Tip Raymond into the 4th, I would like it even. I mean, it all works out the same, right? But from a value perspective, I may be even more excited about it. But this is an impressive haul for Arizona at this point. Very impressive group. And we're going to see who they're going to add to the mix here momentarily. Oh, I got the name, Dana, and we like it. We like it over here at CPGM. It's Xavier Thomas off the edge. Explosiveness off the edge opposite BJ Ojulari. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. We have been waiting. We have been waiting for, okay, right? Darius Robinson is going to put his hand in the ground, I would imagine, 4-5 technique. You got Ojulari. Who else? Who else are we going to get to rush this passer, right? And Xavier Thomas, he's dealt with a lot of injuries at Clemson. He's a bit of a late bloomer from that regard, but when you talk about get off, the ability to bend, the burst and the physicality, oh, he has it. He absolutely has it. I don't think they're going to ask him to be an every down guy early on. He'll just kind of be a sub package spell guy initially, but I think he's going to be able to contribute sooner rather than later. He's a mature individual, business-like approach. I think he's going to be able to contribute in those obvious passing situations pretty early here. I like this pick, Dana. Yeah, like I said again, Arizona, I love their draft class. I really do. I see distinct roles for everybody, right? It's not a you don't look at any one player and say, okay, where do they fit in, or was that a bit of a reach? Like I said, outside of Tip Raymond, but then again, I said it as far as how the NFL views the tight end position and the utility, and as a result, they tend to get pushed up the board. From that perspective, it makes a lot of sense. I think Arizona is doing a great job. Of course, Dorless would be nice, but I'm not gonna pick at that scab. I won't pick at it. Oh, Dana, we talked about this ad nauseum leading up to the draft. That young man, Darius Robinson, he it's like he's been here before. It's like he's been here before, right? And we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get it out on the channel. I caught bits of an interview he did at the Senior Bowl, and I came away impressed, floored by that young man. So absolutely. All right. So Xavier Thomas, Arizona. That puts the Commanders, who have been quite busy, on the clock here. They went with Luke McCaffrey with the final pick in the third round. So this is their first pick of day 3. They did not have a 4th round selection. They have a pair of 5th round picks here. So, and 3 picks remaining in the 2024 NFL draft. See if they go back to the offensive line here. I wonder. You know, we were talking about certain teams manipulating the draft board and moving up and down. The Eagles certainly have been one of those teams, and I gather here the Eagles have added a 3rd, 4th, and 5th round pick in next year. So I believe in working the draft board. I believe in staying ahead of the curve. You know, making sure that you have the draft capital either to ensure that you have requisite depth or being able to package picks in order to get aggressive and trade up for a coveted guy. So one eye on now and one eye towards the future. I think those front offices who are able to do that tend to stay ahead of the curve, tend to keep those rosters chock full of talent. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Monty worked with Jim Nagy too, Dana. I think they have a very close relationship. So there's probably some intel there that not every organization has. I believe if I'm not mistaken, they worked together previously in a scouting department. Yep. So that's the thread. That's the thread there to the Senior Bowl. And again, I don't know that I it's a short list. It's a short list of players that I had a conversation with or had the opportunity to just kind of be a fly on the wall and hear them speak. Very short list in terms of how impressive a person Darius Robinson seems to be. And of course, you don't need a bunch of choir boys, right? There's violence in his game. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. There is violence in that young man's game. Okay, Jordan McGee is the pick here to the Commanders. He was a big time riser on Drew's individual linebacking board, and I like it because what they have at the second level, outside of Luvu, I believe, isn't really in place long term. In fact, the Commanders have had an excellent draft. They really have had an excellent draft. I think McGee in a year's time is going to be a starter, right? Bobby Wagner probably be his last year. You bring him in. He knows Dan Quinn's defense. He's going to help, teach guys how to approach, get familiar with the system. You can keep Wagner fresh throughout the duration of the season by injecting McGee into the mix a bit here. But in 2025, he probably is going to lead your team in tackling. So Jordan McGee out of Temple. I like that pick quite a bit. Let's see here. That takes us to the Chargers, as I mentioned. They had a pair of early 5th round selections. So let's see what they do. There's an encore here. Joe Alt, Lad McConkey, Junior Colston, Justin Eboigbe, and Tarheeb Still through their first 5 selections. Again, addressing every level of their defense and some needs. I'd like to see a running back here. I'd like to see a running back here. Now, there's some other players. Maybe you prioritize a pass rusher just because of the value, the need. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. But a guy like Cedric Van Pran, a center here, may make some sense. Or a running back. Somebody to pair with Gus Edwards, somebody with a little bit more juice, help you out in the passing game. right. He did. He did. And I'm always interested to know why. You know, we don't always get that 411. We don't always get that intel. You know what I mean? You know, but as it relates to our evaluation, I'm always interested to know why, what teams saw or didn't see. Sometimes it's just, you know, a miss. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Other times there's some off the field or medical stuff that wasn't made public that comes out a bit later. So I'm always interested to know why certain players slid. But I think now is the perfect time. Corey Linsley, I believe, is officially retired. I believe they need a pivot. If you haven't done so already, do me a favor, hit the like button on YouTube. If you are streaming on X, the very first comment underneath that stream is the link to the YouTube. So do me a favor, click on the link, hit the like button, and you can either stay on YouTube, right, and interact with me via the comment section, or jump back over to the X. Either way, please do me a favor and hit the like button. Appreciate it. Ooh, I love it. I love it. I love the Cam Hart pick here to the Chargers. I thought he should go in the 3rd round at the latest. So great value. Again, I mentioned that I'm not terribly familiar with Tarheeb still. But as far as my board is concerned, Cam Hart was a top 10 corner in this class. So, and a day 2 pick in my mind. So phenomenal value there. I think Jim Harbaugh and company are nailing the draft, man. I really do. You know, they needed more than one corner, certainly. That secondary, they probably could use a safety as well. But Cam Hart at this point is gold. Right? You talk about boundary corners, physicality, smarts. I mean, even the ability to go in and play the slot. I don't know that you want that at the next level, but he's done it. He's done it. He certainly has the requisite football IQ in order to get the job done. So love this selection. The Chargers are having a great draft. Yeah. Cedric, yeah. Yeah, I mentioned it to Omar, who's a KC fan. I was like, Red Veach is he's nailing the draft, man. Now I wasn't as high on Hicks, but 133 is a steal for Hicks. You know, I thought he should be day 2. Thought he should go day 2. So yeah. It seems though that the league is prioritizing the safety who can play nickel, right? And Hicks has done it. I just don't know that that's where he thrives as compared to some of these other guys. So, you know, it's kind of more of a traditional box play. And also he's okay in space, right, as a traditional safety. But I think the league is really prioritizing that safety nickel hybrid these days, considering the proliferation of 11 personnel. But any way you slice it, Hicks came at value, as did Cam Hart with this last selection. So, again, impressed by what Jim Harbaugh and company have done thus far. Buffalo is on the clock. That's a team that could have used the Cam Hart for sure. Let's see what they've done to this point. Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter. Again, love the players. Love the players. And not just the – in some instances, maybe not even the player so much as the fit. I think it's just a great landing spot for these players. Again, and I'll continue to reiterate it until through our announcement of our draft grades. Don't love the value that they netted in those trade downs, but good crop of players here. Let's see what they do here at 141. Roman Oben, Cedric Van Pran. Okay, I like it. Once again, another good player here. I think Van Pran could play for you immediately. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mitch Morse is no longer there. I think they had a need. There in the interior. So I'm with it. I'm with the Van Pran selection. What's going on, Steve? Hey, listen, I rock with Keith Randolph. It'd be a nice addition to your rotation up front. Be a nice addition to your rotation, especially in an even man front. Tyron Tracy is electrifying. He's electric. There's some good backs still available. There's some good backs still available. And I think, you know, I'm not sure about Madison. I'm not sure about what he can add to what you already have. But there's still some good backs that I think that could certainly help your backfield. Yeah, I like a rotation. You know, you got Tyree Wilson and you got Mad Max at the edge, Christian Wilkins. I know I'm missing somebody else up front there. You add Keith Randolph to the interior defensive line rotation and an even man front. And again, he's another player that I had a chance to speak to in Mobile. And you know, he didn't lambaste anything, but I question the way he and Drazon Newton were being used as far as two gapping when they clearly are one gap guys that get upfield, penetrate, make plays on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage. And he talked about really looking forward to landing somewhere where he could do that. He also mentioned that the guy he patterns his game after, a guy that he really loves, is Jeffrey Simmons down in Tennessee. So I'll be sure to get that out on the channel as well. We got some good content still to come out of Mobile as the players land with their respective teams via the draft. So Van Pran was our last pick here to Buffalo. Again, I really do think Buffalo's coming away with a good haul. The Colts have also had a strong draft, and their pick is in. Let's see what they have done. Scroll down a bit here so you can see their class. Latu, Mitchell, Gonzalez, and Tanner Bortolini. Again, I'm thinking Bortolini plays center, and maybe Ryan Kelly moves to guard. I'm not. Maybe they keep Bortolini at guard. I don't love it. I don't love it one way or the other. If they're Colts fans, maybe they could provide some insight. I don't know if Ryan Kelly's coming off of injury or not. Maybe that has something to do with it. I'm not sure. Not sure about that one. But when you just look at the players themselves, especially those first two, I like what the Colts have done to this point quite a bit. Okay. This is a player here. Comes as a little bit as a surprise, but I think they're just trying to add some more explosiveness. And I have heard from the Colts fans that they want a player that can just stretch the field with pure speed, right? Whereas Michael Pittman, Adonai Mitchell, they can stack defensive backs, they can climb the ladder. A guy who can just really threaten teams over the top with just pure speed here. It's going to be Anthony Gold out of Oregon State. So staying on the West Coast with it. DP, Damian Parson, friend of the show. He's the national draft scout for the Draft Network as well as the Locked On Podcast Network. This is the guy that he actually interviewed and he likes a lot. He was one of the first people that I saw really push Anthony Gold. So adding more teeth to that receiver room, giving Anthony Richardson as many weapons as he possibly can get. And of course, you're building a bit of a basketball team here, right? You got different types between Mitchell and Pittman, Downs, Gold. You got a nice blend of different skill sets to work with here. So really like what the Texas, or rather the Colts, have done here in the draft through 5 rounds. They actually have another 5th round pick in a bit here. 155, a few picks away. Next up, the Falcons, who, listen, you can question, and I talked about the Penix decision, and I think it's more, I have a little bit more issue with the contract, or perhaps kind of the knee-jerk type of reaction you had as it relates to Kirk Cousins, because you just haven't had a good plan at quarterback. So a little bit of an overcompensation there from my perspective when you factor in the Michael Penix selection. But they're in great shape at quarterback now, right? You can't argue with that. You can't argue with the fact that Atlanta's in great shape at quarterback now. Rook, I could certainly see him going, late second, early third. I thought, top of the second was a little rich, but listen, man, to get Brandon Dorless, Braylon Trice, in the 4th, 3rd rounds respectively, I mean, I can excuse the Rook pick because Rook is a good player on top of that. It's not as if he's a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. So they've done a great job to this point in my mind. Let's see what they do here in the 5th round. I think the secondary is an area that they could address. Let's see here. Thing about Anthony Gold is that he can return punts for you as well. Led the FBS in 2022. Had a pair of touchdowns. He averaged 18 yards per punt return. That's incredible. Again, The new kickoff rules starting to kind of come into place here, Mr. C. Prassi. You mentioned that earlier. I think that is also playing a factor here. All right, as I said before, I'm going to rock with you through all of round 4 and round 5, and we're motoring along here. Just waiting for this Atlanta pick to come through. Yeah, I think that the Van Pran is a Mitch Morse replacement, and I think Van Pran. Just think about it. You, as a 5th rounder, a guy that you could probably start day 1. I like it. Still on the board the most. Let me pull up my. Let's pull this up here so I can take a look at it, work down it. Let's see here. Give me a second as I peruse. I think maybe not the most, but one that jumps out at me is Spencer Rattler. I think there's enough teams with aging veterans or question marks at the quarterback position where Spencer Rattler probably should have been picked by now. Yeah, I do think there's a couple of different landing spots where I thought maybe a team might get a little aggressive, especially early day 3, and grab Spencer Rattler. Who else? Who else fits that bill here, Steve? Let's see. Brandon Rice. I thought he wouldn't get out of the 4th round. If you're looking for a legitimate X, some physicality, a red zone threat, he's a good one. And there's a number of corners and pass rushers. So Mo Kamara, Austin Booker. I think those are really intriguing pass rushers there. I think they should be coming off the board here shortly. And then you got the Jarvis Brownlee Juniors of the world, DJ James, Chris Abrams-Drain. Like I said, some good football players, guys, that can help contribute immediately. So there's a handful. But if I guess I had to say one player, it's probably Spencer Rattler, because I actually have Spencer Rattler a lot closer to Bo Nix than most do, right? As far as that evaluation is concerned, I don't think there's a seismic difference. I think their circumstances were very different. I think Bo Nix was in a very quarterback-friendly environment and took full advantage of it. I don't want to take that away from him. Took full advantage of it. But certainly Spencer Rattler showed me something. And he outplayed Bo Nix in Mobile as well. J.D. Bertrand is the pick here, and I think Headley's going to like this one. Very, very smart, instinctive linebacker. Just makes a ton of plays. Always where he's supposed to be. I think you can play him all 3 downs, and it's just kind of workmanship associated with him. He's not going to wow in terms of athleticism and be sexy, as Drew likes to say, but very effective player. Very, very effective player. Another Senior Bowl participant there. You know, a lot of Headley's guys to Atlanta. Let's see here. What we got? Chicago. Oh, so Chicago, I thought Chicago was done drafting, but apparently they've traded back into the 2024 NFL draft here. So let's see what the Bears do. There's somebody that they like. They see something they like here. Their last pick was Torrey Taylor, the first specialist to be selected, and only specialist at this point to be selected. Looks like they get this pick from Buffalo. I think Chicago actually owned this pick originally. It ultimately ended up with Buffalo, and now they traded back for it once more. So hopefully I can get you the details on this one, considering that they didn't have any 2024 draft capital to trade. Let's see here. Don't mind my typing. Still looking for the details on it. We'll see. Get you off that screen right there. All right. The pick is in. Just waiting for the announcement at this point for Chicago. Again, they clearly had a player that they liked. And made the move for here. They had no draft capital. No remaining draft capital in 2024. So they dipped into the 2025 bag, I would imagine, in order to trade back into the draft. And the pick is Austin Booker, who I mentioned a few minutes ago. I thought there were some intriguing edges that are still out here. Now, Booker, I mean, he has the frame for it, right? But he's light. He's light. So you might see him standing up and be more of a pass rush specialist out the gate as his body continues to kind of fill out. But we're talking like 34 and a half, 35-inch arms, man, and an unorthodox pass rush approach. Hey, man, you know how we do it, Scotty. You know how we do, man. Booker was impressive. Booker was impressive in Mobile. And Drew mentioned, he was talking to Tyler Guyton at the Senior Bowl, and he mentioned that the one guy that I guess was most memorable in terms of whom he faced was Austin Booker because of that unorthodox approach. You know what I mean? And I actually think he's a decent run defender as well. I think he's a decent run defender. So again, that was a position we thought that the Bears could benefit, could add some more teeth to. I like the role that he's going to be placed in. He's going to be more of a pass rush specialist out the gate before he becomes more of an every down player. So I like that move from Chicago. Let me see what we got going on here. Looks like somebody's trying to crash the party. Still working through some technical difficulties. So I'll wait. Hey, Juk. Ryan Poles been pushing the right buttons, man. He's been pushing the right buttons. I must say, I'm really interested to see what they traded in order to get back into the draft, though. I wonder. All right, Denver up next. Shout out Scotty Joe, man. Love it, man. Love the process. All right, so the Broncos, they've gone with Bo Nix, Jonah Ellis, and Troy Franklin through their first three selections. I think the Franklin and Ellis picks are good value. I did not love the value of Bo Nix, but as Drew has always mentioned, it is very much about being able to identify and go get your guy. I've mocked Bo Nix almost exclusively to the Broncos. It just happened to be 1 round later, right? So it's hard to argue with it because it's a quarterback position. Let me see. It looks like Drew trying to break into the. What's going on, Drew? You hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you on the phone.
Yeah, man, I'm on the phone on the way back from the movies with this little one, but I was just scrolling through the draft tracker, man. I see some things that I like, man.
You see some things you like? Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. So, I went right to my Bucks because, I'm selfish like that, right?
Right, naturally.
I see that we got Bucky Irvin, so I like that. It's a little bit different in terms of how he gets it done when you compare him to Rachaad White. Right. But I like it, man. They got 2 backs that are going to be hard to deal with in terms of trying to take to the ground. So there are going to be a lot of missed tackles in Tampa, man. So I like that a lot. Was it Jatavian Sanders went at the top of the very first person in the 4th that went off the board? Am I correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And who grabbed
Carolina?
Them? Carolina. That's what it was. Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. I think we talked about it yesterday in terms of them boys needing the tight end in the worst way. Mm-hmm. I think it was Juk said he wanted. Went yesterday?
Sanders. It was Ben Sinnott.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And I said Sanders is probably the next guy up. And there you go. Not the blocker. I think that Sinnott is, but he does have that athletic profile that you want from the position. So I think they got some juice there, man. So I think that's going to work out well for the Panthers. I think the Commanders were next. Who did they grab? It was somebody notable.
Let me tell you in just a second here. Christian Abrams-Drain just went to the Broncos. They were looking for a corner opposite PS2, so I like that pick.
Lock that in.
Oh, they got Jordan McGee, your guy, in the 5th.
Oh, yeah.
Late fourth. Yeah, late fourth.
Late fourth. Okay, yeah. I like that. I like that for them. That's a lot of athlete right there, man. A lot of flash and dash. I think I said on the linebacker rankings, he'll be what Kenneth Murray was not, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or he'll be what Kenneth Murray should have been. Excuse me. Who I think the Chargers had drafted him. But
yeah,
I see Dorless. Went to somebody that we know.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
The Dorless, bro. The Dorless. You got to deal with the Dorless.
Yeah, I like that too. Gives them. Have we heard? Did we figure out what the issue was? Are we saying it was just because he was a tweener?
No, nothing has been kind of corroborated, but D-Kit had mentioned it, and I thought that maybe there was a chance. Although, as I saw him kind of regain the weight, I was like, well, what's the problem? Like, he's explaining to you what's going on, and he's already demonstrated that within a month he's put on 10 pounds. Like, give it a rest. You know what I'm saying?
Work, man. Quick work.
You know, who knows?
Yeah. That was surprising for him to drop, man. I figured he'd be at worst case scenario, be somewhere at the top of the second. Best case scenario, obviously, in the first round. And here we are in day 3, and you know, he goes in, I think, top half of the first round, which, you know, whatever. But I guess Headley would say they kind of made up for the Rook reach with
in terms of the value. I would say so. So. I mean, you look at it when you stack it all up in terms of the players. I think they've nailed it, bro. You know, I think obviously people are laser focused on the Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix dynamic, but I think it's been a great draft for the Falcons.
What else we got going on, man?
Yeah, man. Dorless is playing at 285, man, and he's a 3 technique in our eyes who has the ability to play edge. I think he's.
Yep.
I mean, the guy has proven to be able to do it all, literally outside of a wide 9 tech. So I thought it was overblown, but it happens.
It does.
This 4th round has been a good one, bro. I think the 4th round has been a good one, you know, and the 5th has gotten off to an interesting start as well. So I mentioned, you know, and I keep reiterating it, another corner. So maybe we got a little bit of a corner run coming up. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. to Tennessee. Okay. He was another player that I thought we would hear his name a little earlier, right?
Yeah.
He and Abrams train. So I'm thinking some good corners are going to start coming off the board here. And of course, that's a position group a lot of people felt like wasn't very good in this draft class. You just didn't necessarily have those top 5 talents in this class.
Right.
But just in terms of the sheer volume of corners that I think can come in and contribute and be solid football players, I think it was very deep from that perspective. So I'm expecting a number of those guys to come off the board here. As I mentioned, Abrams drained to Denver, then Jarvis Brownlee Jr. to Tennessee, and Denver's back on the clock again. So they're trying to put some things together. They drafted Troy Franklin in the 4th.
I saw that. I was going on
Yeah.
I ain't mad at it.
With Bo Nix. I'm not mad at it either.
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense.
I like him to go to a place where he don't have to be the hero, right? Some of these receivers, we like them a lot, but it just depends on what their role is and how big that role is going to be. And for him, you don't got to come in and be the hero, man. Just do the thing he did at Oregon, and he should be just fine.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now, I wonder how they're going to be deployed because Marvin Mims is a guy who obviously can stretch the field as well.
That's true.
I think Mims might be a little bit more. I wouldn't even go that far. I think they're very similar in terms of their skill sets, right?
I agree.
But historically, Sean Payton, he would have a couple of these speedsters that he just used to send vertically. He didn't really necessarily get them involved in any other way. So hopefully he does some self-scouting. I don't want a Devery Henderson, Robert Meacham type of situation. You know what I'm saying? These guys need to be used. At least one of them need to be used in different parts of the field. And I think Mims is the guy. I think Franklin is your vertical threat, and Mims obviously can be a vertical threat, but you use him horizontally as well. The deep posts and the over routes, the crossing patterns, everything.
That intermediate game, man.
Not to mention the return game, which is going to be a bigger thing this year as well.
Yes. Any surprises outside of the Dorless going to Atlanta?
Cam Hart lasted to the 5th round, bro.
That one, yeah. Where'd he go? Was it the Colts?
Chargers. The Chargers, bro. The Chargers
right.
having a good draft, bro. A really good draft. They are drafting well. Leonard Taylor, this is Steve commenting on this one. Leonard Taylor has been the biggest fall from last. Yeah. He laziness is the
every time, bro.
On Leonard
every
Taylor.
time.
Laziness. C. Prasky was not a fan of AJ Barner as early as they selected him in the 4th to Seattle. Audric Estime is the Broncos' latest selection. So physical back out of Notre Dame here. Pair him up with Javonte Williams.
I think I've seen mixed reviews. I've seen, early on in the process, people liked him a lot, and then I think after the combine, people kind of was poo-pooing on him, because you don't have the sexy, the flash, the dash, the speed, and all that stuff. But that was never his game. I don't know how you like him in the season, and then he goes to the combine, and then you act like you did you see something he didn't do at the combine? Like you know exactly what he is. You know what I'm saying? He can beat a thunder to somebody lightning. That's what he is, right? With good vision.
That's what he is.
You know what I'm saying? So. Yeah,
it happens every year. It happens every year. It gets overblown, right? It gets overblown, and then the guys come out of value. Those players come out of value. It gets overblown in terms of their testing numbers, and then they come out of value. It's really, what did you like on film? Did you like what was on film? Okay, all right. Did he improve at pro day? Okay, all right. Let's move on. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of those things. There's certain organizations that they're going to place an emphasis on various testing numbers. Others aren't going to be quite as hell-bent on that. I think the Rams are one of those teams, right? At the running back position. Kyron, he fell a bit because he didn't necessarily put up huge numbers. Oh, like this pick for the Raiders here. Tommy Eichenberg to the Raiders. Second level of that defense. Yeah.
That's a perfect pick, bro.
I like that pick.
Bro, the Raiders got it tight, man. Raiders got it tight, bro. What's got it tight, man?
That's been a little bit of a challenge for the Raiders over the years, but Eichenberg's a good one here in the 5th round. I like that one. I wanted to expand on the conversation around Leonard Taylor a little bit, and Steve, as I mentioned, he's been pegged as a lazy guy who doesn't put in the work necessarily. I don't think he handled the pre-draft process well at all. In fact, I think he didn't prepare. It seems he didn't take it seriously enough, and it's a job interview. That's what the pre-draft process consists of. Various job interviews, 1st, 2nd, 3rd interview. You know what I mean? And he didn't check those boxes. And of course, I think big time hype coming out of high school flashed enough to be considered maybe a 1st round pick in going into the 2023 season, but he didn't sustain anything. That being said, okay, so we take the 1st round out of your mind. Take that out of your mind. I also think he was played out of position at Miami. He played a lot of 1 and 0 tech when he's more of a 3 or 5 tech, right? He's undersized nose tackle, but in order to get their best 11 on field, that's what he played. So I don't know if that had an impact in terms of his mindset as it related to showing up and putting in the work, because he didn't necessarily get to flash his skills. But NFL organizations are going to look at that as like, okay, well, so you're not selfless. You can look at it one of two ways. Okay, well, this team didn't use you correctly. The Hurricanes didn't use you correctly, right? Or you're not selfless. You're a selfish player, right? So I think a lot of different things, but the thing that he could control was how he showed up for the pre-draft process, the combine, the pro day, his interviews. And what I gather, certainly seeing the performance in terms of the athletic testing wasn't, it didn't conjure any confidence. But I hear that the interviews didn't go well either. So big time slide for Leonard Taylor.
Yeah, and that makes you wonder in terms of, because I had said when I was scouting him initially, I said, you kind of see him play 4 plays.
Mm-hmm. The motor. Yeah. I think Drew, you broke up a little bit there, but Drew was alluding to
him,
the fact
really,
that,
right? That's just what the coaches want to do. But then you start to kind of, okay, well, you start to, with him not, interviewing well, right? And this being the biggest interview of his life, you wonder, okay, was he conditioned well? Because I think that's something you had mentioned before too. Is it a conditioning thing? Is it? And then you start to put everything together, and you start to wonder, okay, you know what? This may have nothing to do with coaches and everything to do with him, right? And here we are, day 3, 5th round discussion, when this guy was supposed to be a potential, at best, 1st round, at worst, 2nd round, right? Because he was played out of position. But hey, man, you don't interview well, you know how that go.
18 tutties from Audric Estime last year.
Beast, bro.
Yeah. Steve, I actually mocked Taylor to the Steelers, thinking, being around Casey, Hayward. I said Casey Hayward. Is that right? One of the Hayward, being around, the TJ Watts of the world, understanding what it's like to be a professional and getting that push from a Mike Tomlin might be a good landing spot. Or maybe, as you mentioned, Antonio Pierce could be a good landing spot for him, right? To see, like, don't blow your opportunity here, man. You know what I'm saying? It's, precious few guys get this opportunity. Don't blow it, So maybe it works out that way. Hopefully it does for him. What's going on, Taylor Vaughn? What's happening? Appreciate you checking in, man. Mr. C. Prassi indicating, I like the guys we got, just not how we got them, so to speak. Not enough moving around the board for me. And then when we finally did, it cost us most of my day 3 early targets. Yeah. I thought you had an opportunity to clean up, Mr. C. Prassi. Based on where you were at with those first couple of 4th round picks, I thought you had an opportunity to clean up and bring in some top 75 talent with those 2 selections. And based on our board, not necessarily, not really. So, but solid players, to your point, solid players. It's not the best of value. I'm talking about Leonard.
Yo.
Talking about Leonard, man. I had the highest of expectations for him. I'm a Hurricane fan, man. I had the highest of expectations for him, but you got to put in the work. Okay. This Bengals pick, I like it here, Drew. Josh Newton. I like it. I think your boy Turner from Michigan had a rough rookie season. Awuzie is now in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken. Cam Taylor-Britt looks legitimate, but you needed another corner here in Cincinnati. And I think Cincinnati wants to play more man coverage, or they do play a lot of man coverage. So Josh Newton, physical, disrupt guys at the line of scrimmage. Again, you can go over the top. You can go over the top of Josh Newton, but the short to intermediate, he excels. He excels, and when he gets his hands on you, he can be really effective. So I like that pick there for Cincinnati. You move Turner into the slot. I think that's where he belongs.
Yeah, I'd agree there. I would agree. Let me pull up this draft one. I know you probably don't went through it. Just want to take a peek at it. Daniel Pritchett went to the Seattle Seahawks. I see.
You never want NFL teams thinking that, bro. That questioning your love of the game. You never want that.
Nope. I see DTD went to the Cardinals. Dana, how you feeling about that?
Well, Dana feels much better now since you stole Tyke. Since you stole Tyke. Okay, Spencer Rattler to the Saints, Drew.
Okay. You know what? I don't like it as a Bucs fan, but that's outstanding. Yeah, that's the incumbent right there, bro.
That's the incumbent.
So you got
let that Derek Carr thing play out. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I like it.
You got Bryce Young for the Panthers. You got Baker Mayfield for the Bucs. You got Michael Penix for the Falcons, and now you got Spencer Rattler for the future's bright in the NFC South. I say that now. Fast forward 4 years, and what the hell does that look like? I don't know, but yeah, man. Okay. I mean, he's got all the talent you want from the position. Just didn't necessarily put it together when it was when it needed to be, and then he went to at Oklahoma, and then he went to South Carolina. I think think there was a little bit of a humbling.
Yes,
that happened.
Some maturation took place.
Yes, yes. Yep. And so he chose there, and if they would have blocked it up for him, he probably goes higher. To be honest with you,
agree.
But he's running around like with a chicken with his head cut off. So but he lands in a great spot though. Outstanding spot, man. He can actually push your boy Derek Carr, at least starting maybe not this year, but the next couple of years. So yeah.
I think your guy just came off the board here, Mississippi Prasky. Jalen Carley is out of Mizzou, safety, right?
Safety, Mizzou.
We didn't talk a lot about him, but Mississippi Prasky was the one who actually brought him to my attention. I checked him out. He's an intriguing player. He's an intriguing player. I think he checks some boxes as far as the physical tools that teams kind of covet, especially on day 3. So yeah, man, I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it at all. Yeah.
I see the Bengals got their.
What's going on, Mark? What's happening, Mark? Yeah, man. I think it's a good landing spot. Drew was just mentioning. I think it's a really good landing spot for Rattler in the sense of you don't have to thrust him into immediate work. You have a question mark at quarterback because you're only going so far with Derek Carr, first and foremost. You have to understand that by now. His contract's an albatross. So now you bring in Rattler, who you don't have to thrust into immediate duty. You get comfortable, learn the system, learn how to prepare as a pro. And then, when he does get his opportunity, you can let that natural ability take over. I mentioned he was the most impressive quarterback in Mobile, and I also mentioned that as it relates to Bo Nix and Spencer Rattler, I don't have a big gap between those two players. We're talking about a 4-round difference here. So great value here in Spencer Rattler to the Saints. Good landing spot.
I see a couple of players. I just want to get your opinion. I know you probably talked about these guys, but just scrolling through this first round. I'll come back to that one because I don't necessarily like that one. But so we got Ray Davis that went to the Buffalo Bills. That's an interesting pick. But how the hell did the league allow the Kansas City Chiefs to get Jarrett Wiley,
Jarrett Wiley and Jaden Hicks,
and Jaden Hicks? Yeah, like how we.
Hey, the fix is in, man. The fix is in, bro. The fix is in, bro. I mean, Brett Veach is running laps around a lot of these GMs, bro. He really is. He really is, bro. Their scouting department and everything. They're running laps around a lot of these guys, man.
And the 49ers are getting Jacob Cowing. Is that? I mean, are we getting to the end of the Debo Brandon Ayuk? What are we?
That is what I had mentioned was I think that the Cowing selection. I mean, Pearsall obviously signaled it, right? That where there's smoke, there's fire. Pearsall signaled it, but I think the Cowing really cemented it. I think they're kind of hammering out, leveraging the details. Is there a chance that Debo and Ayuk are both there this year? I guess there's a small chance of that. Something falls apart, doesn't come together, but I expect one of those guys to be on the move here. But by end of the draft or perhaps, early next week, I think one of those guys will be on the move. And as I mentioned, Pearsall and Jacob Cowing, these are man beaters, bro. They beat man coverage. Cowing struggles a little bit with physicality, but otherwise, it's hard to remain in phase with either of those two players. So, yeah, man. Yeah, good route runners are going to be where they're supposed to be. Yeah, right. Yeah. I think they're in a position to move on. Yes, sir, Omar. You got to trust them. You got to trust them, bro. You pushing all the right buttons, man. You got to trust them.
I see the Patriots got Javon Baker, which I love them.
It's got Joe. You got to pay tribute. You got to pay tribute. So they might take it easy.
Yo,
Spags ain't taking it easy though. I'll tell you that right now. Spags is not taking it easy.
The boys just keep reloading, man. Just keep adding and reloading to that defense, and he puts the pieces, them guys in position to succeed on every play consistently, man. So, yeah. I see the Patriots got Javon Baker.
Yes,
that's
they did.
Big. That's big.
Polk and Baker.
Big, bro. So now we got the weapons. Mm-hmm. We got the weapons. We got the quarterback. We got everything now, right? I mean, the offensive line, I guess they're kind of so working on.
I think they went back to the well, though. Did they not? I thought they added another.
Fifth round, they got what did they do? They did something in the fifth round.
Did they? I don't think they picked in the fifth.
Did they? Oh, that wasn't them. That wasn't them. No, that wasn't them. Okay. Yeah, that's beautiful. The team I'm a little looking at a little sideways with the receiver position is the Ravens, bro. They went and got Devontae Walker, bro. I don't like it, bro. That should have been the Javon Baker pick, but obviously he went already.
Yeah, I think you're looking for a more physically imposing receiver. Maybe a Brendan Rice would have made a little bit more sense there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the thing about Tez, man, is that when you look at his tape, it's like, okay.
All
right. You know, especially the highlights, right? Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then, bro, Mobile was bad, bro. It was bad.
It was real bad.
It was awful, bro.
Real bad.
So I think we had him as a day 3 guy, a relatively early day 3 guy. I think your concern more is the fit, right? You already got Zay Flowers who can obviously get vertical, smaller receiver, plays big, but smaller receiver. You got the skyscrapers though in terms of Mark Andrews and Likely. The question was the X position, right? But maybe they feel like, listen, man, we're gonna work inside out, and we're gonna get the ball to Derrick Henry and let Lamar work off of that, work the play action game off of that, man. Oh yeah, you talk about mailing in the pre-draft process. I'm not saying that he's lazy, but he just didn't perform. He just didn't perform. I mean, listen, in those way too early mocks, Kalen King was in the first round. He was in the first round, as was Leonard Taylor. So, yeah, I mean, it happens every year. It happens every year. So you got to consider the full body of work. I do have the specifics on this next selection here. The Eagles went with Aniyah Smith. So I mentioned, you know, there were some good receivers still available, slot type guys. They got him listed as a running back here, right? So they went with Will Shipley. You're adding Aniyah Smith. I think the return game is going to come into play with those two as well. I think that's they're listing him as a receiver here. My sources list him as a running back. He kind of does a little bit of both. I view him as a slot receiver. I think it's a nice little addition. Right? I think he certainly will be able to help in your return game, as will Will Shipley. I think Will Shipley, what he does in the pass game, can alleviate some of the pressure on Saquon from that perspective. So intriguing prospects there for the Eagles.
And then also they have the the rule change. Is it going to affect this year in terms of the kickoff? That's going to affect this year.
It's this year. So, it's this year.
Yeah. So you know, when teams are drafting that extra running back, extra receiver, cornerback, whoever it is that may necessarily not be at the top of the list when you talk about the position, but they have return value. I think we got to kind of that's going to be, you know, that may go higher than normal. That person may go higher than normal because of that particular position. So got to take that into account as well. And what is the rule change? I think I asked you this before. I forgot already. What is the rule change? How does, I know they adopted it from
they're effectively so where you're kicking from. Obviously, I think what's going to happen is strategically, it's going to be an emphasis on actually kicking it in play, right, as opposed to kicking the getting a touchback, right, for one, and the distance between the coverage team and the blocking group there, as far as the return team is concerned, is minimized. So you're not having the same level type of collisions.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. So it keeps the return game viable. Now it actually keeps the return game viable.
I like it. Trying to keep people safe at the same time, making a play, something that's playable. So yeah. Doesn't want to play in the league because damn, that's crazy. That is crazy. We'll take it. We will take it. We got a University of British Columbia, Giovanni.
Big tackle, Manu.
Okay. Manu.
Tongan fellow. You know those Tongan fellas are just big,
ungodly,
naturally big fellas.
Yeah, them boys born different, man. Developed different.
DeAndre Prince to Jacksonville here. So I had been waiting for Jacksonville to go corner. I had been waiting on this one. Prince, unlike Tarheeb, not unlike Tarheeb, still is another guy that I am not terribly familiar with. You got any?
Yeah. No, I'm not. Jacksonville doing a lot of This might be the team where you're just like, what's your draft board look like, bro? Let me just can I take a picture of it? Can I look at it? Because
right.
Go back to the earlier today, bro. I think they drafted just Jordan Jefferson.
Yeah, they did.
They drafted
after taking Mason Smith in the second round.
Yeah, like what are we? Yeah. I'm trying to. They got Javon Foster, which I'm okay with that in the fourth round. That's solid, right? But what are we doing, bro? What is? They got some explaining to do, bro.
I thought the corner would come sooner because
a lot sooner.
That's an area. That's an area of their defense that was awful last year, bro.
It's an eyesore, bro.
Awful. It was bad. It was just a bad group last year. They did not play well collectively. So, you know, I certainly understand the selection, albeit a bit later. They probably could have stood to double dip at this point at corner. You know, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll get familiar with Prince here in relative short order. You know, as we kind of, you know, recap the draft and see how it all plays out when it's all said and done. Just see Prasky with the details on the new kickoff rules. Blockers and gunners can't move until the ball is touched. They are only lined up 10 yards from each other, but must be kicked between 25 and goal line. No onside kicks unless losing in the fourth quarter.
Gotcha. So they got Jerrion Jones and Prince. Okay.
Oh, they did go Jones. That's right. Yeah, so there's your double dip. So I figured Prince will be on the boundary. Right. So I take that back. That Jacksonville did address the secondary a bit earlier. That was in the third round. And then they come back, they follow it up with Prince. So okay. All right.
It's not as bad, just
yeah. I'm glad you cleaned that up because Jerrion Jones had slipped my mind.
That's what I'm here for, man. That's what I'm here for.
Well, I was looking at each individual team's draft class as I was working through because obviously just kind of refamiliarizing myself. But with the picks coming in as quickly as they are, I think this view is a little bit more palatable for our viewing audience. Brendan Jackson out of Washington State. So the Rams making a concerted effort to add pieces to the defense. And, you know, I'm gonna be real with you. Had they done this a year sooner, Aaron Donald might still be.
I was just gonna see, might still be,
bro. I mean, you gotta understand, bro. Taking on double and triple teams all that time when you are a 3 technique, 1 gap, get up the field, pass rusher. It's got to be hell, bro. It's got to be hell, bro. When you have nobody else really to take, not enough guys, let me put it that way, not enough guys to take the pressure off of you to create some matchups, a handful of matchups. You know what I'm saying? So, but I like what the Rams have done in terms of really, you know, making a concerted effort to bolster their defense here.
Part of the thing, though, you know, with them is that they were, you know, mortgaging the future over and over and over for a couple of years straight. Right. And so at some point you have to pay the piper. Oh, there we go.
Legacy. The legacy home, pick.
Baby. Let's go, bro.
Home.
He was going nowhere but here, bro. That's how that was
going
to work out, man.
I think obviously the fact that he's not a superior athlete, a little smaller, is the reason why he makes it to the 5th round. But when you talk about instincts, playmaking ability, being where you're supposed to be, those limitations don't come up. Nope. They don't really present themselves. Now, you know, we'll see if he can stack and shed at a high enough level and things of that nature. But great value as far as I'm concerned. Great value.
Yeah, he was always going to the Eagles. Just when was he going to the Eagles? And they got, like you said, good value here.
I don't know that Cleveland got that off-ball linebacker. Did they get that off-ball linebacker yet?
Let me look. I don't think so.
Definitely, Mr. Prasky. Yeah, that would have been a good landing spot for Cleveland or for Trotter as well here in Cleveland. Taylor is saying Foster seems like a wasted pick for Jacksonville. I don't know. I think you got some contractual concerns, injuries that have been an issue. Maybe guys underperform. I thought as bad as the secondary was in Jacksonville, I thought the offensive line underachieved as well. So I wouldn't be so certain about that. I wouldn't be so certain about that. And I think the possibility that he doesn't necessarily have to be thrust into immediate playing time is a good thing. He gets another year or so to develop, hopefully. So I think that was actually a solid pick from Jacksonville, where they got him, where they ultimately got him. I think so, Mr. C. Prasky. I do.
So Cleveland got Zach Zinter in the third. It doesn't appear they had a fourth. And was that their first pick? Was in the third?
And the first pick was in the second. They got Michael Hall.
And Michael Hall Jr. Yeah, so no, they still haven't got that linebacker. So there's still an opportunity there for them.
Okay. I got the pick here. Jamari Thrash.
Okay. They need to. Well,
they got a deep receiver room. Yeah, they got a deep receiver room. Bro.
They traded. Was it Judy?
They traded for Judy.
Okay.
Still got Cooper, although this might be Cooper's last year.
Yeah.
Elijah Moore, this could be his last year. Cedric Tillman, Jamari Thrash. A lot of route runners. A lot of guys who can create separation, bro. A lot of guys who can create separation.
No excuses for Deshaun Watson, bro.
It's on Watson, bro. It's on Watson. Yep. Definitely. It's definitely on Watson. Hopefully they can stay healthy up front, but otherwise, Cleveland's ready to go.
No excuse.
I think Cleveland probably looked at it as like this guy is the value is too good for us to pass up here. 5th round, Jamari Thrash. I think the value was just too good. Chiefs won the draft when they replaced Cheetah with someone faster than Cheetah. Worthy's not twitched up. He's not twitched up like the Cheetah, but just in terms of linear speed, yeah, man.
Yeah, you got it.
It's a neck and neck. It's a neck and neck, man. But I think the longer it goes, the more it favors Worthy.
I agree.
What team do you think has had the best draft team that has not fixed their needs? Anybody come to mind for you, Drew?
Team that didn't fix the needs but had a good draft?
No, it's distinct here. Team that had the best draft to this point, and a team that has not fixed their needs.
So it's one and the same?
No.
Oh, it's two different questions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I mean that would have been a hell of a question if you were asking them all in one. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never had no question like that. Let me look. Let me just scroll through. Let me go to teams. Actually, I'll make it better.
Jug, I want to get your thoughts on this next one. You got Charles Smith-Wade to the Panthers. We're a little ahead here. Charles Smith-Wade to the Panthers. You know, there's been a lot of changes to Dante Jackson trade, the cornerback position. Competes. A corner that really competes, man. I know Headley likes him quite a bit. Solid player here on day 3. I like what the Cards have done. I'll tell you what. I like what the Cards have done.
Yeah, they're at the top of the list right now. Looking at them, I know that Tippmann one isn't sexy, but he gonna show up and show out. Just give him some time.
The Chargers have had a good draft too, bro. The Chargers, they've had a good draft, bro. Like you know how I felt about the whole Neighbors situation, but Neighbors versus whoever you get at offensive tackle, compared to Alt and McConkey, I got to give an edge to Alt and McConkey, bro.
Right.
I got to. As much as it pains me. Team that just hasn't gotten a good. Yeah, I'm with you, Mark. Absolutely.
Bills did a good job, except for the trading back stuff, not getting enough in the trade backs.
Yeah. I mentioned that a couple of times as well. It's like the players, especially the fit. Yeah. You gotta love it. You gotta love it, bro. Like Ray Davis, James Cook. Yeah, you know, but again, they didn't get the value that they should have for those trades. Right. Omar leaning towards the Raiders in terms of the quarterback situation, as well as Mr. C. Prasky. Yeah, I think they're prepared. I think they were prepared with Penix going to the Falcons. I think they're prepared to just ride it out with Gardner Minshew and put themselves in position to, you know, Shador, Cam Ward, Carson Beck. I think they're looking at a quarterback in 2025 at this point. Because if they felt more strongly about a guy like Spencer Rattler, they could have done that already. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's no need for Rattler to fall to the 5th round. You know what I'm saying? But I think they've resigned themselves to, you know what, Gardner Minshew gives us a chance on a weekly basis. We'll get our long-term solution next year.
And the way it looks like they're going to play a more physical running style, football. You know what I'm saying? So that looks like they're going to be running that 12 personnel. So that way they don't need their quarterback to be the hero. Just do what we ask you to do, and everything else should take care of itself. And if it doesn't work out, they should be in position to draft top quarterback. So it's actually a good plan. Solid plan. I'm gonna keep messing up, keep reloading the page.
Scotty Joe, you should like this next pick. The Dolphins come away with. So I mentioned Show Smith-Wade to the Panthers. Jug, I'd like to get your thoughts on that one. And then the Dolphins going back to edge. So I think it's a foregone conclusion that Chubb and Phillips. Phillips I think is going to be gone after 2024. I think he's going to be gone.
Injuries?
But, yeah. And I think he's in the last year of his rookie deal as well. But I don't think either of them are going to be healthy at the beginning of the season. I don't think either of them are going to be healthy. So
almost got hurt towards the very end of the season.
They did. So after the Show Smith-Wade, you got the Dolphins going back to the edge position. Again, a guy that you thought that you might see maybe in the 4th round, certainly here in the 5th round makes a lot of sense, is Muhammad Kamara, bro. Muhammad Kamara.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I like it too. Yeah.
I think the Commanders had a good draft. I think they're one of the top teams with a solid draft.
I'd say so.
Steelers, solid. You know what? I might. And them boys, they went Fatanu. They went exactly. Them boys said we offensive line will not be a problem for us.
I love it. I love what the Steelers have done, bro. I love it.
And it's gonna be some bully ball, man.
That's another one where I think they understood the assignment. We need to add a receiver. Yep. We need to get the offensive line situated. We need to put somebody next to Patrick Queen. And you got Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, bro.
Yeah, I think I might give it to these boys.
Steelers.
Yeah, it might be the Steelers.
Yeah. Is Tanner Mordecai, King Slovis not draftable? I think you could potentially add one in the 7th. Why not? Just get an arm.
Yeah, I think
get an arm in the 7th. Yeah,
they play quarterback, so I think they're draftable.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
Mordecai played in that.
I wouldn't go earlier than the 7th. I wouldn't pick either of them earlier than
Absolutely
the 7th.
not.
But I think you could add them in the 7th if you like one of them. I don't know. I don't know because you got Aiden O'Connell, who I think the organization likes but doesn't love. Obviously, right? They like him, but they don't love him. And Minshew is clearly the bridge. So, to me, you have enough needs elsewhere where you should prioritize the secondary, right? Add a back to pair with, your boy out of Georgia. Like, I think there's other areas of this team you can address. I think you could stand to go back to the offensive line in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? So, I wouldn't necessarily go the Jordan Travis route. If the plan is, hey, listen, we're preparing ourselves regardless of how this season goes, outside of the complete. I mean, I don't even think it's within the realm of possibility, but outside of a championship run, right? We're going to go get our quarterback. We're going to do what's necessary to go get our quarterback. Then I would use my draft capital in a different manner.
Yeah, and I would ask, how much better would he be than Aiden O'Connell or Minshew, right?
Coming off the injury.
Yes.
Coming off the injury. Yeah, it just...
And it's another guy that you're giving an opportunity to, right? And I think the Raiders have a plan, and I think the plan is headed in the right direction. It's going to be one of these two quarterbacks. One don't work out, we'll put the other one in. If we're having to play both quarterbacks, we're probably not in a position where one of these guys will be playing for us next year, right?
Right.
Barring injury. So they'll be in position, like I said earlier, to draft one of the top, 3-4 quarterbacks coming out next year. At least I'd say top 2 in that scenario. How is Adams not demanding? I'm be honest with you, I think he loves it out there. I mean,
that's his home. That's his home.
Yeah. I think it's been his home for a minute. Been before a minute, even when he was in Green Bay, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah, he's from the area. He's from the area, so that's his home. That's his home.
He's good with it. Plus, them coaches love Pierce,
and he's rich.
Players love Pierce.
Yeah, I think that's it too. I think that's a big part of it too. When they moved on from that guy McDaniels, I don't know. I don't understand how he kept on getting work. You know how that goes. Good old boy network. Good old boy network. I'm not sure. He shouldn't be around. Damn, they got Hunter Norzad too. Veach at it again.
Bro, what is happening, bro? Howard
Veach at it again, man. Bro, there are front offices that are good at this thing and front offices that are not so good at this thing. Clearly, Veach and his crew are good at this thing, bro. They are.
In all aspects of it. In all aspects. You might be a good drafter, but you suck at trading like the Bills,
Boys got a different draft value trade sheet, bro. They got a different one. Was made up their own. But I think Antonio Pierce getting the nod as head coach, the fact that he's home. I mean, he's handsomely paid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think he's okay. I think he's okay with it.
I don't know if you saw this,
Bub,
but
I think Bub's weight is a concern. That might be why he doesn't get drafted. But otherwise, he should be drafted. Oh, there go your boy. There go your boy to the Bills. Olafosio.
I like that. Okay, Bills.
Bills having a good draft, bro.
Damn, they're doing everything right. They're doing everything right, but don't know how to trade, bro. They might need to have a consultant come in there and do that for them boys on draft day. You know what I'm saying? So some notable free agent markets. Free agent market should return focus after the draft. Some names, you combine that together. Some names still available, and this is from Ari Marov. I don't know if I said that right. Justin Simmons, Ryan Tannehill, Xavier Howard. I think he's coming off an injury. Stephon Gilmore, Dory Jackson, David Bakhtiari, Tyler Boyd, Odell Beckham, DJ Shark, Michael Gallup, Michael Thomas, Hunter Renfrow, and Connor Williams. So there's some names to
it. Some good names. Some solid names out there.
To remember there.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Drew. I think Buffalo, aside from the lack of value they got in their trades, I think their selections have been good ones.
Solid.
Their selections have been going. I thought the second level of their defense, without Milano, the injuries that they had was awful. Olafosio brings that athleticism. Now I wonder that are they out on Dorian Williams? I wonder if they still believe in him or not.
It's a good question.
That'd be my question there. Yeah.
Right.
But either way, I think they needed more depth as it is.
Right.
They needed more depth. Yep. Commanders, you mentioned Commanders been a pretty good team here this 2024 NFL draft.
Yeah, them boys solid, man. It's always interesting to see when you see GMs and coaches get fired. I just want to see people get fired, but when the new ones come in and they kind of the draft is just different. When you New England's a good example as well, right? Their draft board was never a part of the consensus, right? I mean, I'm not saying everybody draft board got to look the same, but damn, bro, like a player everybody had in the 4th round, you got in the 1st round. You might want to take a second look, reevaluate. Although some of those players have worked out for him. Cole Strange has worked out for him as far as I know. But it can't be that far off every time in every draft, bro. Something is off, right? But it's always interesting to see once those coaches and GMs change, what does it look like that next draft cycle for teams? And I think some of these teams are doing a really good job. I think the Commanders is one for sure.
You're right. There was a trade here. Pull it up. Let the viewers check this one out. John Franklin Myers restructuring his contract with the Broncos in October. Myers signed a 4-year. I thought this was a trade. Oh, this is going back. Where is it?
It's talking through it, I think.
Oh, so this is as it relates to the restructure. So let me get the actual trade details here. That's what I thought.
Okay.
There you go. The Jets Broncos trade. They're sending Franklin Myers, very good player, started 50 games the past 3 seasons of the Broncos in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. Okay. All right. That doesn't sound like an we're all in, let's go for it type of move here in New York. Like I don't understand.
Is that a money thing? I'm confused.
Bro, I don't understand it.
Go to the roster, bro.
I think Franklin Myers probably was upset with his contract.
Okay.
Ooh, another good pick. The dogs keep coming through. Mississippi Prasky, another good pick here by the Commanders. Dominique Hampton.
Okay.
I mentioned that Washington needed a safety. I don't know if that's the only safety. I think they may have. Did they draft 2 safeties? Let me see. Check real quick. But Jeremy Chin is on a 1-year deal, right? And Cameron Curl is now in Los Angeles. So,
so they needed
safety position. They needed to address it. They needed to address it. And this is a player that we had graded as a 5th-round prospect. 5th-round prospect. So the analysis, shout out to Headley, ties out very well here. Dominique Hampton.
All right, so for the Jets,
Arizona. Who do we have our fingers crossed for, Dana? Who do we have our fingers crossed for? Okay, so Samer still. Okay, all right, that's the first safety right there. Hampton, nice pick, nice draft class, very nice draft class.
So for the Jets, I mean, they got Jermaine Johnson on the edge. They got maybe Reddick, made him expendable. You got Will McDonald.
Maybe.
Yeah. I think that made him expendable. And maybe they're going to add one here because they have Jalen Holmes.
It's a good get. It's a good get. And then, of course, he gets the contract. Gets rewarded with a contract with Denver. I don't hate it.
And he's going back. That's where he started. So, yeah. It was good for all parties. Oh, okay. All right. They'll probably play more. Based on what they got going on there for the Broncos in that roster. So, yeah.
Let's see what's next here.
The Jetties. He's got two 5th-rounders. They went Olufashion.
Serious night one question. When you're a back-end team with a franchise quarterback, is the lack of aggression to move up a symptom of you being shy with assets or team skittish to move back with you? It's a great question. I can't answer it. I don't know. I don't know what the teams are thinking with respect to that. I think either could be in play. You know what I'm saying? Mingo? Okay. You want to get after the passer. I like Mingo. Javon Solomon. Okay. The pass rusher. I don't hate it. No, you need as many of those guys as you can possibly get.
Televon, I think with your question, I think
Miles Cole, gotcha.
A lot of teams don't. A lot of GMs value their picks, so I think they don't want
Christian Jones. Okay,
they don't want to pull the trigger. They don't want to give away assets.
Some depth there. Swing tackle.
And you got to think about it this way too. If I'm one of the back end teams, one of the better teams in the league, I'm trading up to go get a guy. If I'm the team that you're trading with, I'm kind of giving you the finger. And I'm trying to rake you over the coals, right? And so if it's a front end team, that's not very good in their trading, I may not ask for as much from a team like the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, right? Those guys, right? That's how I feel about those guys, right? They can get the finger. Plus, I'm gonna need your firstborn versus a team like the Falcons, right? Well, they're on the uptick, but let's just go with them for now, or the Commanders, something like that, right? So I think that's part of it too. Teams know you're good, and they're just not going to let you just trade up all willy-nilly, right? You're going to have to give up that extra 2nd rounder or whatever the hell it is that the other team may not have had to have given up in that position.
So, I mean, it could be one of those situations where the price just becomes too steep.
Like I'm going to make you better.
I see teams. Like, I see teams who haven't been able to beat the Chiefs. You know, give them the sweetheart deal though. Give them the sweetheart deal though. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say I can't answer that question. It's a great question. I just can't answer it.
It's people just not just being dumb, bro. It's just dumb. Just dumb, bro. It doesn't make sense. Like I would love to sit, the Bills down, Billy Bean and the boys be like, yo, why would you do this? Why would you allow this? If the player falls to them is one thing, but if you're allowing them to trade up to get a guy, that's going to hurt you. This isn't like an offensive tackle or a punter. It's a guy who's going to directly hurt you day one, game one, possibly play one of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't make sense. Don't make sense.
Yeah. No, you're right, Mrs. Prasky. You're right about that.
Yeah,
Green Bay's trading up. So Buffalo was just on the clock, and Green Bay is trading up here. Interesting.
They go again, bro. They go again. To speak about your boy Christian Jones, I thought he was a good run blocker. But I think the issue that you have with him for me is the pass blocking. It was inconsistent. Hands inconsistent, feet inconsistent. You could beat him around the corner because he didn't get to his spot. So I think, for Arizona, I don't know if they're going to thrust him in there if that's, immediate. I know they needed a tackle, but that's going to be a work in progress. But
not with Jonah Williams now. They got Jonah.
Oh
Williams.
Yeah, I forgot.
We have a tendency to forget about Jonah Williams, but
we do.
Yeah.
We do.
He's a swing tackle. Yeah. He's a swing tackle.
All right. So that's actually a really good pick then, because you don't have to thrust him in there, and he can warm up to it, and we'll figure it out. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Prasky. I hear you. You're already a good football team. You're one late first round. That additional one that I would get, I'm not a huge fan of it. It's not enough for me to make that deal with you.
Yeah, and it's not easy to go that bowl, bro. So.
And I'll give you an example. I mean, I don't think Arizona expected Houston to be as good as they were. Of course, they get a really good player in Darius Robinson with that late first round pick, but they didn't expect that. They expected another top 10 pick. I would imagine.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they
exactly
anticipate it. Yeah.
All right, Green Bay. What's the word?
Doing
D-line, maybe D-line as a transition to their 4-3. Pick is in. Let me see. Check my sources.
The sources saying your sources.
They're actually going back to the offensive line. A player that is pretty versatile, right? We talk about Graham Barton being a versatile offensive lineman. His teammate, Jacob Monk, is also very versatile. That starts at center and guard as well as tackle. So, in fact, he played all 13 games this year at guard and center. So, okay. All right. Depth there along that offensive line. This is what Green Bay has a tendency to do. They have a tendency to do. They must have really liked Monk, though. They traded up to get him. So, they must have felt strongly about him.
Get him before he gone.
Man, I got to tell you guys, man, I'm excited about this 2025 cycle, man. Like I don't have like specific play outside of Cam Ward, right? I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna be insufferable. I'm gonna be insufferable.
Him and your boy. What's the receiver name?
Who that?
Over there. For Miami.
Oh, Jacoby. Restrepo? Nah. I mean, Restrepo's solid. Don't get me wrong. Restrepo's going to be a pro, but I'm not. It's about Cam Ward, bro. This is about Cam Ward. All right, this is the Cam Ward show. When I rename the whole show, you know what I mean?
Come on.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited about the process. I think what this particular cycle has been our most successful here on our platform, our channel. Right, we have had our biggest iteration of growth in this one cycle compared to what we've done as long as we've been doing this. So really excited to build on that. And I mean, I'm telling you, we got some great things in store for you. Some things that we wanted to unveil in 2024 just didn't work out that way, but it's coming in 2025, man. It definitely is. We're going to get into summer scouting in a few weeks, and we're going to start this thing over, and it's going to be better. It's going to be better than it was this year. So you want to rock with us. You definitely want to rock with us. We're building this thing.
It's the first time too we got through all of the doing mocks for every team.
The team specific mock drafts. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think the next goal would be to try to, I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but try to get through every college football team in terms of I don't know how many we did last year, but the summer
I think we may have done maybe
20, maybe.
We may have done 20 or so.
Yeah.
I the goal, I think, come August, week 0, is to have a top 100. That's my goal.
Okay.
That's my goal. That's an individual goal. I think if we have a top 50, that puts us in pretty good position from a composite, right? But my individual goal is to have a top 100. I want to be out in front of it. I want to be out in front of it, so I can get to these later round guys a bit sooner in the process. You know what I'm saying? So
give you that super analysis like we can with the
man,
with the rest of these guys.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I was watching 2 guys this morning.
it's see, but Scotty Joe, you know, we're not youngins though. We're not though. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes I think about I wish we had got started a bit sooner, but you know, things happen for a reason. But yeah, we're not built that way. You know what I'm saying? You know, just gonna hate on JT. Maybe JT puts it all together. Maybe he puts it all together, man. Like I know he's talented. I just want to see more.
Yeah, no, I was watching the past 2 days, man, and I'll tell you, I want to see more too.
Yeah,
I do want to see more because he's kind of. I didn't say he's right there, but you just when you watch him, you're like something just missing. Something just missing. If he can just get that one thing he's missing.
Okay.
You know,
so the Colts just made a selection here. We talked about Jacob Monk to Green Bay. Jalen Simpson out of Auburn, Senior Bowl alum. They went with Jalen Carley's early in the 5th round, so they're trying to get their safety room situated. They're trying to get it in place. Guys that fly around and hit too out of the SEC. So okay, all right.
Like Jalen Simpson there,
interesting
down in the box
selection.
Yeah.
They needed more physicality on their defense for sure. They needed more.
Marshmallow out there?
Yeah, bro. It was easy to put points up on the Colts, bro. Yeah, he's a safety. He's not a corner. He's definitely not a corner. Yeah, I think some of the mock draft simulators and stuff had him listed as a corner. He's not. He isn't. Pritchett and James are your corners out of Auburn. James still on the board, by the way. He's still on the board.
Yeah. Seen Pritchett went top of the 5th, I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, James Williams still on the board, as is Javian Cohen. I think he needs to get picked here in the next round or so. I think he needs to get his playing weight under control, and I think he'd be a really good pass protector in the league. Baltimore, the pick is in, and the Giants are on the clock here. Let's see what we got. No updates from my source just yet. Oh, Mrs. Bradley said, I want Cohen. I think he would represent good value. I know I'm obviously higher on him than Headley and Drew. I understand the concerns with Cohen, but I think at the right weight, I think he's ready to go from a pass protection perspective. He's ready to go. He's got to work on his footwork. He's got to work on latching and driving. He's too big not to be a bit more, physical, for lack of a better term, in the run game. And I think it really what it comes down to is his inability to latch effectively.
Get them hands right, B.
I thought so too, Mrs. Prasky. I saw some things a little bit different as it progressed. I figured, well, maybe they might just settle in on one guard, but they can afford to add a second one. I agree with you. James Williams, look, man.
Where you going, man?
Look, man.
Come on, man.
I don't know where you're going to play him, bro. Now, you want to talk about tweener? That's a tweener.
Yeah.
That's a tweener. Like, I think he gets drafted because of just the athleticism he has. Yeah. Big time hitter. The athleticism he has. I just whatever it is you ask him to do outside of playing special teams, you're going to have to be patient with him. He needs to be coached. He needs to be coached. And I don't know that he's ever going to be a guy that you can rely on down in and down out, because the instincts aren't there. The angles aren't there, right? But for my purposes, I'd like him as a dime linebacker, right? I think obvious passing situations, special teams ace, you know, third safety type of deal. I think he could be okay in time, but that's the question mark is kind of where do you play him? Where does he fit? You know, on a 3-4 defense, he doesn't have a home, right? And in a 4-3, well, we don't really play three linebackers anymore. But you might would think, okay, well, let's put him at the weak side and let him just use his athleticism and run around, chase and tackle. But you know, it's usually two linebackers out there, and even in the short to intermediate parts of the field, his coverage is shaky, man.
Damn, definitely. Man, he's in a bad spot, bro. Is what it sounds like.
Hence the reason why he's been sliding. I told you it was going to happen. Kalen King, yeah, we talked about him a lot. We've talked about him a lot. I think Kalen King might have to make a transition to safety, although he doesn't have the stature that you'd like. His coverage, I don't know what happened, man. I think, in fact, he doesn't have the long speed, one thing, but what's hurting Kalen King is his confidence, bro. Like he's out there playing with it's shot. Like everybody gets off on Kalen King, not just Marvin Harrison Jr. Mark, you're right about that, man. He got to rein in that aggression. Scotty Joe, this is a good point here. Isaiah Simmons, but he's not. He's not as good in coverage as Isaiah Simmons. You know what I'm saying? He's not that good in coverage. He never was at that level as Simmons coming out of Clemson. So, yeah, it's a tough spot for Williams. I like this Rasheen Ali pick, bro.
Yes, sir.
It's a Baltimore. I like it. I liked him a lot. He was on his way. He was on his way to really bolstering his draft stock. He kind of put everybody on notice in Mobile the first day, but he had an injury that slowed things down. But you can see him going here in the 5th round, despite not being able to really participate in anything else during the pre-draft process. He's a good player out of Marshall. Marshall has a couple of quality prospects. They got like 2 or 3 of them. They got a corner that I like too.
It's a good pairing over there in Baltimore. Because what you got? Rasheen Ali, you got Keaton Mitchell, who he's coming off an injury, correct? If I'm not mistaken. You got Derrick Henry. So yeah, it's strong. You got Justice Hill too. And Owen Wright. Yeah, boys look good, man. Solid in the running back room.
I think, Taylor, we will hear Julian Pearl's name before the draft is over. A little bit later than some may have anticipated, but I do think he gets drafted at the end of the day, unless something came up, you know, as a red flag.
Red flags always pop up, yeah.
And again, we're generally the last to know, right? The public at large is generally the last to know. You don't want to torpedo guys. And then, of course, the NFL teams, they have all the opportunities to bring these guys in, poke and prod at the combine or whatever the case may be, you know, individual workouts and stuff. So they have the information, you know. And as like media people, you don't want to screw over your sources, right? And leak stuff. So we tend to find out way after the fact that there's something that came up from a medical perspective or off field. You remember the La'el Collins stuff, man?
Yeah, it was wild, bro.
La'el Collins was a 1st-round pick, went undrafted for something that he didn't do.
Wow, ain't it?
It got out there. It got out there that, you know, he was a suspect or whatever the case may be, and it just completely tanked and it wasn't substantiated.
It
wasn't substantiated. So it's like, got to be careful with that.
Nobody held accountable. Just, you know.
All right. Tyrone Tracy to the Giants. I like it. I like the addition.
Okay.
I like the addition there. You got Motor Singletary. You moved on from Saquon. Tracy's an intriguing prospect. He is. You need a little bit more teeth in terms of your running game because, again, as much as I like Daniel Jones, they added Theo Johnson. I said as much as I like Daniel, as much as I like Malik Neighbors, they added Theo Johnson.
Man.
The question mark obviously is Daniel Jones. That's the question mark. Again, this is a team that I thought, okay, maybe Spencer Rattler, maybe Spencer Rattler, But Drew Lock, as Mr. C. Prasky has pointed out on multiple occasions, Drew Lock is going to be the guy eventually, apparently.
But did you see the clip with I think it was Micah Parsons and C.J. Stroud and a couple other guys sitting there, and they were talking about the best divisions.
No, I didn't see that one. I didn't see that particular clip. Yeah.
And CJ Stroud was like, it's the AFC North, bro. He's like, every team in that division could have gone to the playoffs. Just, everybody can't go. And Parsons was like, nah, it's the NFC East. At the beginning of the season, it's the NFC East. And he's like, how, bro? Where are you getting this from? He's like, Washington? Why? He's like, what do you mean Washington? Nobody was looking at Washington. It was funny. It was funny. It was funny. I was just like, I know you try to defend your division, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He called up and said, bro, you're delusional, bro. You're delusional.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So Jacksonville's board is different than everybody else's.
Oh, here we go, bro.
But this is a return man here in Keelan Robinson. It's a return man.
Okay. All right. I mean, okay.
Their board, Jacksonville's board is the furthest thing away from
the consensus.
The consensus. It's the furthest thing away from the consensus, bro.
I might need to tweet that, bro, because that looks like that's an absolute fact, bro. It's that New England effect, bro. They the new New England.
They're the new England, bro.
Yeah, they're the new England, bro. The board is just off, bro. And listen, it may work out for them, because New England, you can hold them boys accountable because there's been, that's kind of set in stone in terms of them drafting poorly. So I guess Jacksonville got some time, man. We'll give them boys some time.
Give them some grace, bro.
Yeah, man.
Give them a little grace. Buffalo's pick is in here. Buffalo traded down. Remember, Green Bay traded up for Jacob Monk, so Buffalo traded down. Looks 5 spots. Let's see what they do here. They have drafted well. When they actually do make selections, they have picked well. They have picked well.
All the picks have been solid. Solid to good.
It always happens. It always happens, Mark. I'm trying to think who comes to mind. Who should have gone back to school? Let me take a look here. Let's see.
Anybody not drafted yet should have went back to school, bro.
I'm working through it here. I think your boy Kingsley from Florida, interior offensive lineman. He probably should have gone back.
Yeah.
Was Curtis Jacobs a senior or was he an underclassman? He's another one.
Let me look. Yeah.
He's another one that comes to mind.
Curtis Jacobs.
Let's see.
He's a junior. Yeah, he could have went back.
Yeah. Xavier Weaver, maybe? If he was an underclassman or he had any more eligibility. There are a few.
Boys got the you got the NIL to keep you in there, man. Not to say that everybody can get at.
Everybody's gonna go, ooh, Javon Solomon to the. I'm telling you, man, the Bills have drafted well. They have drafted well. When they actually make their picks, Brandon Beane has done a good job. He really has.
Yeah, they need a trade consultant, and then them boys will be good, bro.
Yeah,
it, bro.
Yeah. You got to self scout, get you a trade consultant. I mean, we're available. We're available.
we out here.
If anybody wants to put us in touch with Brandon Bean of the Buffalo Bills, we are available to consult on their trades. All right, I think we're in the compensatory pick realm now here in the 5th round. Green Bay on the clock. Yeah, I like I said, I think when Buffalo has actually made the selections, I've been a fan of each pick, especially for them, right? So, for instance, Keon Coleman. Varying opinions on Keon Coleman. I'm probably I'm a little bit lower than the consensus, but he's a little polarizing as it is, right? But I think him as an X with Josh Allen, being able to present a bigger catch radius, the red zone. I think it's an excellent fit. I think it's an excellent fit. Yeah. They need to cut that out. Like, that's the first thing we're going to consult on. We're going to say, look, when Brett Veach calls you, hand the phone over to me. All right, hand me the phone
over, bro. Yeah. His number is blocked, B.
No. We're not going to block it. We're not going to block it. We're not going to block it. No. We're not going to block it. We're not going to block it. We're going to hear what you got to say, but like you said, it's got to be a ski mask and shades type of deal. Right? You know what I mean?
Or you getting the finger in it?
Yeah, Tennessee's kind of just stayed home and just, between free agency and the draft, Tennessee's done some good work. They have. Javon could have been a Cardinal. Money seems like his pass rush is bigger, though. Yeah. It does seem that way.
Still in Packers.
I'm going to find out in a second here. Let me check my source. Ketan Oladapo. So they went back to the safety.
Okay. Oregon State.
Mm-hmm. Solid player right there.
Mm-hmm.
Solid player.
Yeah, I as well.
I mean, to your point, Dana, they may prefer, a bigger frame, but Gabriel Murphy's still out there too. Just in terms of just adding pass rush, Gabriel Murphy's still out there.
I tried to tell Headley, bro. He didn't listen to me though, bro.
Regarding what?
Gabriel Murphy should have been drafted already, but UCLA was out there doing too much with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Doing way too much, and
it spooked the scouts.
Right. Your boy Jake.
All right.
Oladapo to Green Bay. Got that Wolf of Wall Street let's go meme going. Was loving it, bro. Was loving it.
All right. You got the Saints with the next pick here. They also have 175. Eagles have a pair of back-to-back picks. The Jets have 2 compensatory picks, and Dallas has a pick mixed in there as well. So Saints, Eagles, Jets, and Dallas for the remainder of the 5th round here. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at each of those teams. Let's zero in. That is not why Dana just made me push the button right there on the Cardinals.
Hurt.
All right. So Fuaga, McKinstry, Rattler. Hey, listen. To not have a 3rd or 4th round pick, that's not a bad haul.
No,
it's not a bad haul. Still good football players, as I mentioned, through rounds 4 and 5. We like Dylan Labe over here.
Yeah.
Especially in the passing game, particularly in the passing game. Yeah, he's a player I would draft.
What were we saying? He was the best pass
catching back in the class.
In the class, yeah.
Oh yeah. He makes it look easy.
He does. We did question Kool-Aid McKinstry yesterday, but then we looked at the contract of Marshawn Lattimore, and this year is his last year on that contract. So that made sense.
They're trying to get from. Oh, there's Bub Memes. There's Bub. Okay.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Boom. In.
D Kid is the one who brought Bub Memes to my attention. I like what I saw, bro. The question was, the fluctuation in weight. He kind of ballooned up there a bit.
Right.
But he's a good player. He's a good player. Nice addition there to that receiving room. Post Michael Thomas.
Yeah. And the boys need that in the worst way. Let's see what receivers are left.
Kimani Vidal. That's who you want, Al Paul. Shout out Al Paul. Yeah, I think you could stand to add a back. You did bring in Moss. You have Chase Brown, but I wouldn't bat an eyelash at adding a back here late in day 3. Vidal's a good player too. Let me get this commercial off the screen.
Brendan Rice, Isaiah Williams.
The Jets. So you saw the Jets, they drafted Braylon Allen.
I saw that. Yeah, what's the scheme over there?
It's outside zone.
Okay.
It's not a great fit. It's not a great fit.
I'm thinking to my face, and I don't.
It's not a great fit. But on top of that, you're a team that has a 40-year-old quarterback. You traded away the second overall pick a few years ago because it just didn't work out, right? You moved on from that. So you don't have a succession plan necessarily in place. You're supposed to be going for it, right? I could understand if they added Rattler. That I wouldn't think that would. I think that would be a good idea to add a Rattler, right? Let him sit behind Rodgers. We've seen success with that strategy before. But you got my guy Izzy at Manakanda last year. Brees Hall might lead the league in rushing, bro. If this offensive line stays healthy, he could lead the league in rushing. He's got that kind of talent, right? You bring in Braylon Allen. I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I forgot they had Abanikanda. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Unless they know something we don't know with an injury or
sure,
but
maybe.
Outside of that, I don't. That's one of those you look at your board and you're just like you either fell in love with that guy or you just went directly with your board and said the hell with the need. Listen, I don't. Out of all the positions on the roster, excluding kicker and punter, running back is not one where I'm going to load up on the position because to me, unless it's a high end guy, that I absolutely love and maybe that's the case for them. I don't need 3 beast running backs in my backfield, bro. That's a waste to me. You need 2, and then you need a solid 3rd, bro. Right? Especially when you got the needs that you need for this team, bro. It's just weird.
I just think it's odd considering the position that your team is in, right? Yep. I know. I wonder. So they did get a quarterback, Jordan Travis. They did get an heir apparent, which I don't dislike. I don't dislike it. I think that's a decent addition.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
I would have prioritized maybe Rattler. And then came back to running back if you felt so strongly about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
I think I don't roster though, bro. I don't know, bro.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick at this point. Even with the talent, it's still different. Yeah, unless the thought process is look, Abanikanda isn't varsity enough. Unless you think that, which I disagree with. I think another off season. Because he was a very young player. He was 20 entering the league, as is Braylon Allen. I think he just needed a little bit of seasoning, right? They tried the Dalvin Cook. That didn't necessarily work out, right? Dalvin seemed to be on his last legs. So maybe it's, maybe there was an injury here and they got a need at running back too. Maybe that's the case with Abanikanda. He's not healthy or whatever the case may be. But it just seems like, again, for this team, I'm pushing my chips to the middle of the table. I'm coming away with 2 receivers in the first 4 picks, for sure. You know what I mean? Considering, they didn't have pass catchers. They could have used the tight end. I know historically, tight end hasn't been heavily involved in the offense with Aaron Rodgers, but that's because of the offenses that he ran with Mike McCarthy. So, yeah, interesting to say the least. Philly.
That's probably where I would have went. We doing Philly?
Yeah, let's see what Philly has got. Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalex Hunt, Will Shipley, Anaya Smith, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Okay. So, like I said, I think you got a pair of return guys here. A third down back as well. And Shipley. Anaya Smith can we talked about adding a receiver here in Philadelphia. He certainly can play the slot for you. Probably won't be called upon early in his career other than being a return man, but he's a slot there. So, all right. See what they do at 172.
Just looking at all these positions. What happened?
I just said it just like Charlie Brown trying to kick, and Lucy always pulls the ball away. Hey, man.
Yeah.
They do have trouble getting out of their own way. They do have trouble getting out of their own way in New York. Again, we saw it play out so many times in Green Bay, right? Where it's like, okay, just push your chips in the middle of the table. You got Rodgers. He's still playing at a high level. Just go for it, right? Just like you did when you did win a Super Bowl. You brought in Charles Woodson. You pushed all the right buttons, right? And then, but they never did it. They were cheap. They didn't necessarily want to bring in another receiver on top of Devontae Adams, and Randall Cobb got old, and it just fell apart. But I see some similarities here with the Jets, and it's disturbing. Trevor Keegan. So this is one thing that Headley had talked about was, with the retirement at the center with Kelsey. You got Cam Jurgens moving into the pivot at center. Who's going to play guard with Landon Dickerson? Is it going to be your guy? What's his name? Steen, Tyler Steen out of Alabama. Do we want to give him some competition? So I think Trevor Keegan is a good pick here. A lot of good football players along that Michigan offensive line. Of course, we tend to focus on Zach Zinter, but Keegan's a good player in his own right. And he was on his way to having a really impressive Senior Bowl as well, but I think he had an injury that cut it short. All right. There is the depth of the offensive line, the school of Stoutland, as they call it in Philadelphia.
Sure.
That's what they call it, bro.
That's what they call it, bro.
And that's how you keep that offensive line intact. That's how you keep it intact, bro. Have that quality depth. All right. Just right back on the clock. Fashionable Corley. Those are guys who could help you immediately, for sure. And maybe there's a path to Braylon Allen as the immediate backup to Breece Hall. Maybe that's the case there. So, I like the idea of thinking ahead. Maybe Jordan Travis could be a, experienced quarterback, right? Developed nicely at FSU as he gets healthy. Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle. If not, you could be a decent backup, right?
Right.
And then let's see what happens here.
There's a lot of players still left. Man. I'm just reading. Just going
through these players
left by each position. It's a lot. It's a lot. I see somebody that got a forgotten about guy. Didn't talk about him this year. I thought he had a good season last year. John Morgan III.
General Manager Waltz is high on Tommy Two Thumbs Eichenberg in the fifth. Antonio, it's a good pick. It's a very good pick.
Mm-hmm.
Eichenberg's a player. Eichenberg's a player. And I know the second level of the Raiders defense has been a bit of a challenge at times. They've had some peaks and valleys in terms of the play there.
Right.
I think Eichenberg's a good pick. Strutty. Got that Travis. Got that FSU.
Here we go, bro.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick.
No, it is a good pick.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick.
But we got State, and then you got his Jets, man. It's like match made in heaven, bro.
It all came together.
See, boy, Mahogany's still on the board, bro. What's going on, Mahogany? What's up? You heard anything about Mahogany?
I think there's medicals there. I think there's medicals
because he was hurt. Was it all last year? So
yeah, Shreddy. What's going on with Abanikanda? They went with Braylon Allen. I don't like the schematic fit, but I like Braylon Allen. I like the player. What's going on with Abanikanda? He not varsity. He hurt. What's going on there? I thought they could address a different position. Again, go for it, right? You got a 40-year-old quarterback. Go for it.
Chips in the middle, bro.
Yeah, man.
Out here half stepping. Out here, what they call it in poker? You out here
bleeding
what
chips?
Do they call it, bro? Nah, it's limping. You out here limping in, bro.
You're limping in,
bro. Yeah, limping in, bro.
Limping in.
Come on, man. Put it in the middle, bro.
Oh, you can't be serious, bro.
Bro.
You can't be serious, bro. Them boys picked another running back, bro.
Stop.
I'm telling you, they picked another running back. They picked again. I like the player. I like the player, but what are we doing?
You're lying,
Isaiah
bro.
Davis.
Something's wrong in the running back room. Let's go to
something's going on.
Anybody got the news on this?
Gotta be something wrong, man. Yeah, I gotta.
And the person that came to my mind is return guy, but none of them is a return guy. But
maybe Abanikanda.
Maybe
Davis. I don't know.
Yeah, somebody got some explaining to do, bro. We missing something. Make no sense, bro. Somebody let us know, because you never see that, bro. Back-to-back running backs. You usually see that towards the end of like the 7th round, 6th, 7th round, where a team has one really good running back and then everybody else is kind of, right? Or maybe a good running back, maybe 2 good running backs on the roster. And you're just kind of trying to catch lightning in the bottle. But this is way different. You got beasts already on the roster, bro.
Somebody's got to be out, and I think it's Abanikanda. Somebody's got to be on the outs, bro.
Yeah, it got to be, because this don't make sense. You're using picks that you should be using to push your chips in the middle for the running back position, bro. It doesn't make sense. 2 + 2 right now is not 4, bro.
Like, I can understand adding 1 running back, and I would have done it a little bit later, or going with a veteran.
Right.
But to go with 2, I don't know, man. Maybe that's their idea of going all in. You know what I'm saying? Seeing which one sticks, pairing that individual with Breece Hall, maybe. Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Neal, and Cooper Beebe. Those first 3 picks, I love them. Maris Lufau, good player. I thought it was a little early. And I worry about being able to hold up consistently against the run. Right? He should be a weak side linebacker.
Who's the D coordinator for them boys? Right?
Zim.
Oh, Zim. Oh, yeah. They went with him. Oh, let me think about this for a second. So hold on, let me pull these linebackers up, because all the linebackers they're gonna pick from, that's who they chose. Hold on, bro. Maybe guys was off the board that. Let me check this, because that's talking about A-gap blitzing, isn't it? I mean, he's not a bad blitzer, so maybe. Let's see. They went with him was that the third round, right? They scooped him in the 3rd round. Let me see. He's not on there. He is. Yeah, 3rd round, 24th pick. Let's see who went after him. You had Tommy Eichenberg. You had Elo Fascio. You had Tyron Hopper went after him. Jordan McGee, Cedric Gray probably would have been a better pick in that scheme.
Hey, Scotty Joe, you onto something. That field might cause the attrition where you need all those backs. You're right,
bro. Nah, B, never, bro.
Bro,
they expanding the roster. They expanding the roster. Something we don't know about.
Every year. I mean, you probably won't have all 4 active on game day, but throughout the course of the season.
Here we go.
I don't know, bro. I'm searching for answers, bro.
This right here, I heard this before. And someone told me,
I believe that.
Straight up jerk, bro. Absolute jerk, bro.
Well, you talked about it though. You talked about the fact that the fact that things didn't work out in Oklahoma, and he got his head beat in at South Carolina. There seemed to be a maturation that took place. You understand what I'm saying? And okay, he was that person entering college, but what type of person was he? By the time he graduated or decided to move on. You know what I mean? That would kind of be my, I didn't hear anything that had been the prevailing thought process around Spencer Rattler, but over the course of the last couple of seasons at South Carolina, I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah,
heard nothing but good things. So
he probably had to sit down with somebody in that conversation. They said, "Hey, look, sometimes you got to get knocked down a peg to kind of turn things around, man." You know what I'm saying? Especially when you can walk on water. You know what I'm saying? Water in the wine, right?
Seriously, man. Like, who's the young man that he's become? That's the question. If he's still that same person, then okay, I got you, bro. But come on, man.
Yep. Yeah, ain't too many other linebackers that could have went before your boy, by the way, for Dallas.
Lufau.
Yeah, not too many more.
It's a corner here that is a bit polarizing, but he's talented. Kalen Carson to the Cowboys. I mentioned they needed another boundary corner. You'd like to kick Deron Bland back inside.
Right.
And I think Carson certainly fits the bill there. So
I
like this pick. I like this one more than a Lufau pick based on the value.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree. Let's see. Who's still on the board for the corner position? You still got DJ James out there, Kevin Carson out of there, Miles Harden from South Dakota.
Did Brownlee Jr. get picked?
Yeah, you mentioned him earlier.
Can't remember where he went though.
He's on the first page. Brownlee, he ain't even on the first page. He ain't on the second page either. Hold up. You on third page?
You sure he got picked?
Pretty sure, bro. I thought that's. You talking about Jarvis Brownlee
Jr.? Yes.
Yeah. We discussed him. Let's back up. Yeah, he went to fifth round. Went to Tennessee.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, I just missed him. I don't know how I missed him. I got MJ Devonshire still out there.
Different rules for different folks, man. Different rules for different folks. It's unfortunate. It's the reality. They like to talk about Penix's age, but Bo Nix is actually chronologically older than Michael Penix Jr. You know what I'm saying? And you never hear anybody talk about Bo Nix's age. Hey man, you can't hit Shador. If that was Shador, listen, you better not hit Shador with the red jersey on. You better not.
That's people's livelihood.
Shador got his head bashed in this season.
Yeah. Certain players you can't touch.
It should get chippy. If that's what happens, it should get chippy. It should.
So somebody need to. You got to send a message, bro. Can't just let it ride.
Yeah. All right. Let's see where we are at here. New Orleans and the Jets, the final two picks. I'm going to sign off. After these two picks. Drew, I'm not sure if you have the bandwidth to hang in one way or the other, but I do want to thank everybody who has tuned in throughout these 3 days of the 2024 NFL draft. As I mentioned, really looking forward to the 2025 crop. We're going to probably spend another 2 to 3 weeks putting a bow on 2024. There'll be more content, some insights from the Senior Bowl, some various interviews and stuff, because I know there'll be people looking for team-specific stuff, right? Individual players, get more detail, insight on those guys. So we'll be doing that over the course. What's that?
Videos,
oh, you found them? Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. By accident, bro. By accident, just stumbled across it, bro.
Here we go. But I mean, better that you found them than you didn't. I'll take it. However we can get it, I'll take it. So like I said, next few weeks we'll we'll put a bow on the 2024 NFL draft. I'm going to crack a bottle of champagne open because it's been a great cycle. It's been a great cycle. And within a month, we're turning our attention to 2025 hard, right? And I'm telling you, I'm promising you, the content that's going to come out of this particular platform, Couch Potato General Manager, you want to stick around for it. You want to absolutely stick around for it. Mr. Prasky, everybody, all of your insights, your thoughts, Mr. Prasky, you floated out leveraging the PFN mock draft simulator to do some of that's on the horizon. We're going to roll that out. I want to make sure that, our core viewers have some input on the type of content that they're getting when we do our live streams. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. The 2025 cycle is going to be special here. All right. So appreciate you, Mark. Appreciate everybody. Scotty, Joe, Dana, everybody. Taylor. I know I'm going to miss folks. I'm not going to bother to try to name everybody.
I don't know why you saying names,
really,
bro. Because you
really, I like to show love. I like to show love.
I know
they
you
show
do.
love. I like to show love, man.
But that one person that's waiting for you to call their name.
Yeah. Right? You son of a bitch.
You know what I'm saying? Unsubscribing. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I really do want to stress the point that we've always aimed to kind of build a intersection of conversation and discussion, right? There's a lot of people out here who they know ball, and we like to engage those folks. You know what I'm saying? I think there's kind of this stigma, and maybe there's some legitimacy to it that, once you become a part of the media, you know everything, right? You're too far and beyond the folks that are fans who make up the fan bases, and that's not our feeling here, right? It really isn't our feeling here. So I really want to express that the content, the way we move forward, obviously we're going to be as informative as possible, but we really do want to give the audience, our core audience, an opportunity to shape and mold the content that they get. So it's on the horizon. I promise you. All right. A couple more picks here.
Anybody got any suggestions on things that you want to see too? Just throw them out there.
Oh, for sure.
There. See if we can make those things happen. Yeah.
Shout out, Jook.
What's up, your boy DJ Khaled? We the best, bro.
Oh, your boy just got picked, bro.
Who that?
Jalen Ford.
Oh man,
he's another guy who's
I like the sense.
He probably should have went back to school.
Yeah.
That's one of them, Mark. That's one of them, Mark. Jalen Ford should have went back to school.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I don't think he was going to be able to stay at Texas. I think he was going to have to get pushed out. Hey, man, couch chicken tender GM is more. Yo, that's a mouthful. You know what I'm saying?
It is a lot. That one doesn't roll off the tongue, man. CPGM, man. Hashtag CPGM, man. All right, one more pick here. I wonder if the Jets are going to take another running back.
Hey, Televon, listen, we are a good vibe, man. We that you got off of work, right? And you're just trying to forget work or just trying to move on, right? And you just crack a cold one and you sit back and you just
crack a cold one. Or spark one up.
Or spark one up. Whatever it is you do. You know what I'm saying? As long as you're not doing the Quaaludes and the Altoids, you know what I'm saying? You're good. It's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Can you even find any ludes these days? You can't find no ludes.
I mean, I was going to put somebody's name out there, but we're not going to do that.
Hey, you know what, Mr. C. Preston? We stamping everything. All right. There's gonna be no debate about whose guy is whose guy. We stamping it.
Yeah, but you can't be stamping no 5-star guy, bro. Like that's come on. It's unacceptable.
We draw the line.
Henry trying to stamp you the quarterback. Johnson, come on, bro. Get out of here, bro. Like everybody don't know who that guy is.
Shout out Steve, man. Yes, I pride myself and I believe in my guys as far as our independent content, man. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going with the help of everybody tuning in. Let's see what this last pick is gonna be.
Oh, real quick on Jalen Ford, man. So this is a guy who you said should have went back to school. I don't think he would have been able to stay at Texas. I think they were probably going to move on. He started, I think, the first 2 or 3 games of the season looking like the best linebacker in the country, and then Enron happened and just fell off.
Oh no, not the Enron,
and just
not the housing market.
I didn't know he was still playing. I was like, damn, is he hurt? Like I ain't heard nothing, bro.
Damn.
Drew works for Lily. Hey, I used to work for farm, drugstore back in the day, right? I did.
Can I date you? I'm gonna date you.
Yeah, go ahead. You can date me, man.
Your boy Drew used to work for Eckert's.
That's crazy, bro.
Hey man, listen.
Hey,
listen, man. It's a brand new world now, bro.
It is a brand new world, man. My little blue shirt, bro. You know what I'm saying? With the khaki pants. Yeah, bro. I was in there. But yeah, Jalen Ford, yeah, he's a good mover in space, good cover guy,
right, James?
But yeah,
no, but James, there's still a couple guys to like out there. Don't get me wrong. I think you missed the run in the fourth. That sucks. And a few more have come off the board here in the fifth, but there's still a couple that I like more than Zeke. I'll be real with you.
Here, let me
pull them
up real quick. Let me see who's left for you. You got Dylan Lobb. You got George Halani from Boise State. You got Jace McClellan. Is it McClellan?
Yeah, McClellan.
From Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
You got Kendon Milton from Georgia. You got Amani Bailey from TCU.
Got Vidal still out there, bro.
You got Vidal. You got Cody Schrader. I don't know if he fits.
Cody Schrader's a good one.
Yeah,
He's
you
solid.
got Blake Watson from Memphis. You got Jaden Sheridan from Monmouth. Yeah. You got Jawan Edwards from Georgia. Dylan Johnson from Washington. We like him.
I like Dylan Johnson.
Yeah,
that was a good pick, James. That Kalen Carson pick was a good one. Yeah.
You got Jahar Jordan.
I think they were all good. I think it was a little early for Lufau, but otherwise, I think they were all good.
Michael Wiley. Got Michael Wiley and Carson Steele.
That's the guy. It's Schrader. It's Schrader, Vidal, and Michael Wiley. You want one of those guys, James.
Yeah.
That's who you want. One of those three.
Yep.
Get one of those three.
Yeah. Solid.
Yeah, they sleeping on oh my God, Michael Wiley, especially in the passing game, bro.
Wiley's probably gonna come off the board here because the Jets gonna pick another damn running back. Absolutely ridiculous, bro. I hope I hear why they did it because I need an explanation. And I'm not a Jets fan, but as a Jets fan, I need to know. Inquiring minds need to know.
Quintez Stiggers from the Toronto Argonauts. Okay, I'm not mad at the corner.
Corner. That's what it was.
CFL guy. He actually competed at the Shrine Game, if I'm not mistaken. He got an invite and was competing out there. So he's an interesting prospect. Yeah.
I like it, bro. I like it.
All right, man. That's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna sign off on you guys. Drew, you hanging in or you signing off? What's the word?
No, I gotta go pick up. Got people to pick up.
You gotta do the domestics. Gotta do the domestics.
Yeah,
all right.
Be responsible.
Just want to thank everybody once more. We'll be back Tuesday. I think the schedule will be Tuesday. Do our draft grades, and then no stream next Friday, and then we'll be back the following Friday. All right, for the streams. There'll be plenty of content in the meantime, but for streaming purposes, we'll see you guys Tuesday, and then the following Friday, not next week Friday, but the Friday after next. All right. So for Drew, this is Juice. Enjoy it.